Good evening, everyone. Let's pray. Thank you for being. Thank you. Life is measured at the moment's sense. And Jesus, you said, don't worry about tomorrow. Just make the most of today on the word about itself. So, Father, we're fully present here in this moment as we honor the inductees of this class of 2023. What a exciting night, God. And so, when we just pray for your blessing, Lord, over every single person. Father, we know that the scripture tells us that God honors honor. So, Lord, there's all that matters is how we finish. The faith is this. If you believe in us more than we believe in you. Just inviting us, Lord, to get in agreement with that. So, God, thank you for cheering all of us on from the stands tonight. Lord, to finish our race. We love you. We bless your name. We encourage everyone. Lord, we speak your blessings. We speak your favor over their lives, their friendships, their finances, their health, and all of this. I was wondering, everybody was on the clock. So, Mark David Gambino is going to sing. God bless America. God bless America, land that I through the night with light from above, from the mountains, through the prairies, to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless I'm going to bring to the stage the senior MC Nancy Nomad.
I want to officially welcome the inductees, family, and friends to the 2023 New York State Baseball Hall of Fame induction ceremony. We are so excited to have you all here tonight for this very, very special event. This evening, we are going to honor some extraordinary people who have made exceptional contributions to the Major League, those who made their Hall of Fame presence felt in the university level, the local level. We have got it covered. So, settle in for a night of celebrating the great state of New York.
Are you able to step away to that high top over there? The woman, like the speakers are blowing in her ear. I don't know if it's supposed to do that or not by the projector.
So now, let's go back. Great service done. We have created an everlasting path of blessings. The founder and executive director, Randy LaRue.
So I love everybody. If I yelled at you today, I apologize. But if I love you, it's because yelling is because I love you. So I'm not. All the veterans of the past or current armed services or for the police department, please stand. No, don't fly.
Wait, hold the applause until the end. All the veterans, please stand. Now I want to ask the current class of inductees to stand. Darryl. All the inductees, please stand. Now I want to ask all people in the room that are baseball fans to stand, and now we can applaud. I'd like to recognize the people that are here that made an extra special effort to get here. Diana Munson is and probably most of you, my favorite fighter was Mr. Munson. So anytime we have Munson in the room, it's royalty to me. So I love that. Jill Martin Valieri, please stand. I'd like John Stead to stand. Fulton County is one of the people who put us stand. Jim Jen. Mark Jens from Tennessee. Jim Dennis from Indiana. And for people who wonder, we are followed nationally, and these two guys are very much with us, supporting of us. Jim Denny was the one who Carl Erskine inducted. Phone call one night, Jim died, and I love him for that. From Tennessee and Indiana, part of the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. Thank you. Ray Bartizek, are you here? Ray? Please stand. I think Ray is part owner of the New York Yankees, so that's good. That's special. Thanks for making that fun. Victor Feld and Lou Santos, where are you guys? Stand up. So anything happy, they're my top somewhere. And over here, this good-looking guy who's actually older than Malone, please stand up. We have some more things planned for you, Ray, so don't go anywhere. I'm thrilled to be here, and this is an amazing. We have heroes, and it might be a baseball player, person. My hero, actually, my God, Lord. Please stand up, Lord. Please stand. Fans, which is good with me. Red Sox, that's good with me too, because Babe Ruth played the Red Sox, so live with that. But I'm actually a culture here. Now, on a sort of a fun, but not so fun note, here are the rules for speaking before this evening. Now, if you've ever been here before, you know that what I will tell you is the truth. Guys from my chair, I walk up to the stage, and you will hand me the mic because you are done. No matter where you are in the speech, at 10 minutes, you're done. I'm the Oscar music, and at the end of the evening when we leave, you're all going to thank me for keeping the evening moving. So we are timing each speech. I want to play a video for us now. done by Brian Dorenzo. Is our video guy, Brian, are you here?
Right.
There he is. If we could turn the lights down in the back, we're going to play our little tribute video that Brian has expertly done. So please dim the lights in the back, wait staff. Can we please turn the lights down? Dimmer switch. Down. Over here too. Okay. Okay. Love the waves. Okay, here we go. Video time.
Makes the rules, and the only rules are you have to have had a significant baseball career, and you have to be connected in some significant way to New York. I guess I qualify in some way for that. I love to be in person when the inductees take place, but when I'm not, when you demand I say something about each of the honorees. And so here we go. Starting with Chris Chambliss, one of the most feared hitters in baseball during his career. Game 5 between the Candles and the Yanks in 1976 at the old Yankee Stadium. Chambliss homers off Mark Liddell to send the Yankees to the World Series for the first time since 1962. That 1964 team, of course, included Roger Maris, one of 7 pennant winners, 5 in New York and 2 in St. Louis, that Roger played on. Now, there's a case to be made that but let's ask this. Many Hall of Famers were back-to-back MVPs. How many of them made on 7 pennant winners? And how many of them held one of the most significant records in all of baseball, one of the most hallowed records in all of baseball for 61 years? That's what we're considering Roger's record to be authentic. And Roger did have authentically hit 60 or more home runs in the season. Babe Ruth was 60, Roger 61 in 61, and then appropriately, actually 61 years later, in 22, another Yankee right fielder, Aaron Judge, in 62. Welcome to the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. Congrats to the family of Roger Maris. Roger's team was another team. When he wanted for the pennant winning Yankees, it was great. Regrettably, the American League was much slower to integrate than the National League. At that time, by 63, Jackie and Frank Robinson had both won in the National League. Those two had earned thanks a couple of times, and Hank Allen and Willie May. But in the American League, it hadn't happened. So Elston Howard in 1963, and apart from that season, what a great career Elston Howard had. Take a look at his 1960. 1964, when the Yankees were back here and won this last pennant. Elston 2013. Terrific player, a well-respected man. Elston Howard, welcome to the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. Dave Ballard, a knowledgeable baseball fan, would say, wait a minute, Dave Ballard was a really good guy. He does a lot of charity work, but he played most of his career with Seattle. And he never played for any New York team. That is correct. That's good connected to New York, and he goes to the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame, along with Astro now. There are growth interesting notes about Astro. It used to be called Astro, the Astro. Although when he first played in their inaugural team in 1952, they were known as the Houston Colt 45, before becoming the Astros 2 years later. Bob also played with the Dodgers and other teams. here's the note we want to take away from tonight. Bob asked for money, having won as a young player for the 1956 Brooklyn Dodgers. Won at bat. Didn't play in the majors again until the Dodgers were in Los Angeles in 1960. But he played until 1971. And he became the last my good friend played multiple positions, third base, first base, catcher. More than that, he played many multiples over when it comes to different teams. 11 big league teams in a very productive big league career. 11 different teams with the Mets and the Yankees. And now he's part of the Mets broadcast team, so it's a natural for Todd Zeila to now be part of the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. One of the nicest guys who ever come close to baseball. The triple is kind of on the endangered species list this year, these days. He led the American League in triples twice, with a high of 23 in his best season. There are entire teams that don't hit 23 triples in baseball anymore. And when he was with the Yankees, he found that right field court very inviting. Had 2 seasons. Baseball thing. And last but most certainly not least, one of the most dynamic, beautiful players to watch that New York baseball has ever seen. Darrly, Rookie of the Year as a Met, an All-Star for many successive years after that, and then finished his career as a Yankee. So we bookended it with the Mets and Yankees, but in between, he played for the 2 New York legacy teams on the West Coast. The LA Now we're all happy to say that he had a very productive and happy life. Wish I could give you that shake his hand. Darryl, you and all of your fellow inductees, congratulations. Have a wonderful night.
Nobody can ever take that away from you. You're a good man, Roger. Fastball, right? Fastball, yeah. Guess it wasn't fast enough. You got good wood on that. Oh, man. Felt good, Nick. I knew them. Greatest season of my life.
Hi, this is Dr. Team Historian Mark Landry, and I wanted to congratulate you on your honor. It's the number 1 and the number 100. Well, 1 is on 1856, stepping up to the plate in September for that one at bat, and who knew that that kid would be the one that would last represent the Brooklyn Dodgers in the major leagues. The other number I think about is 100, because here on the West Coast, 40 games at the Coliseum and 60 right here at Dodger Stadium. So we have so many wonderful memories, not just to the your family and the Anarchs. Congratulations on a well-deserved honor.
Like 20 minutes, under 10 maybe.
Sensational play by
inductees. 2000. But Todd, what we know, was such an integral part of everything that the Mets did to help bring New York City back in the early days after the tragedy of September 11th, 2001. Even though Todd played for a lot of teams around the major leagues, I think in many ways his impact with the Mets transcends what he did on the field, and he was a darn good player. And in fact, if Timo Perez would have run out and Timo would just hold his butt a little bit, that might have probably would have won that game, and then who knows how that whole series would have turned out. Todd has also become an outstanding analyst on the New York Mets cable station, and I'm very proud to call Todd a friend. So Todd, congratulations. And what can I say about Darryl Strawberry, right? You know what Darryl's achievements were. Happier for Darryl for the way he has reshaped his life post-baseball than we all are for the tremendous success that he had during his career with the New York Mets. Of course, he's the franchise's all-time leader in home runs and was such a huge part of that 1986 World Championship team, and really was, one of the centerpieces for a Mets club that had the what he has done is to overcome his own personal troubles and contribute what he has to the lives of so many others. I'm sure I'll explain tonight via his Strawberry Ministries work. I just can't be any more thrilled for you and proud to call you a friend, Darryl. And Curtis Granderson is another guy that I wish would have been a Met for a whole lot longer. But he too was an integral part of a Mets penetrating team in 2000. Been able to spend more years with the Mets, might have contributed to even more Mets championship. Post-baseball is also something to watch because yes, he's been a contributor on air to post-game shows during the postseason, but I have a feeling Curtis Granderson can do anything that he'd like to do in this game and do it successfully. He can manage, he can coach. I always thought that Curtis would make a great general manager. And their contributions that have earned them the honor of members and inductees to the New York State Baseball of Fame. Congratulations to everyone. You believe that? Stay hot, hot deal.
Zeila, a high fly, deep left field, black ball strikes, looking up at the corner, and it's out there! On Zeila's last major league game is a 3-run homer! Granderson with a deep drive after right field. This just turns around. And one, just this baby go! And Curtis throws one deep right field. That's toward the corner. It's out! High drive.
Deep right center, going back Google on the track, and the wall is off the top of the wall. Granderson running hard. He's heading to third. Granderson making the catch. Right over comes Granderson. Right track and makes the lead. Down the right field line, over goes Granderson toward the sidewall. He makes the catch. Strawberry's first major league home run.
Thank you. Keep getting better. Well, we promising the donor all levels of Hall of Fame contributions. This man brings with him decades of dedicated service to the game. He spent the better part of a dozen years coaching NCAA Division II, the College of the State Road. Baseball. Since 2003, he has been president and general manager of the Amsterdam Mohawks, bringing glory in the form of multiple league championships and excitement to the program of his hometown high school. Please let us welcome Ryan Spagnola to the New York State Hall of Fame.
I had a feeling that was going to be first. You always put the short bangers banding first or last, so I figured that was coming. So let's start out. Any baseball event, we got to start out with play ball, right? So how about on the count of three, everybody will give a play ball to start us out. Everybody on three. 1, 2, 3. Play ball! Not to this level. Tremendous event. I know how much hard work goes into it. So the Red Indian Committee, thank you very much. And obviously, thanks for the honor of being here. You look at the list of who's here, and congratulations to the other inductees. It's an honor to be on the list of those guys. And what's great about this night is what Red Indian Committee do. It's not just but guys like me that are late to the game of baseball, who don't always necessarily get the recognition, but to be included is an honor, and we appreciate remembering the little guys. Thank you. So, for people who know me, I kind of like to stay under the radar a little bit, and the headlines aren't necessarily my thing. But what makes this night great for me is the honesty to be able to share it with half of my organization, family, friends, and of course my family. So here with us, and I saw Randy get a little bit choked up talking about his family, and I think all of us have that support staff within our family that's important. So I have my wife Jill, Marissa, Max, Mackenzie, Andrew, and Amelia, and my mom is here tonight with us. And my mom. Through coaching in college and even in running our team now, doesn't really miss a game, so that's important. Unfortunately, my dad isn't here, but hopefully he's certainly not looking down. And my brother also, he had a commitment out of town and couldn't quite get here, but all those people are important. And I think I'd be remiss that I think everybody, all the other inductees, I'm sure have similar stories about people like that. Cold dinners and miles traveled, or nights we're having parties or family events because we're doing our thing. Those are the sacrifices. And I know me personally, without those sacrifices today, I wouldn't have the accomplishments that I did. So to my family, I'd like to apologize first for getting you caught up in the crazy world of baseball and all the events we missed. But what's important to me is I know I see my and my staff, and my support staff, in that. So even though my name is on there, their name is equal to me. So what I'd like to do, if you can take a second, because I'm sure everybody else has the same, you're going to applaud for me and everybody else. But can we give a hand for all of the families and everything that have about my 50s pretty much every spring since I was 8 years old. And as we know, it kind of takes over life. But my story really came, like probably many of ours did, from someone out there who believed in you and kind of gave you your first chance. And, some of us were smart enough to work hard enough to take advantage of that. So when I was 21 years old, St. Rose, and if you're not familiar, St. Rose Division II school, but father passed away in 2006. But he gave a chance to help coach with him. And, within a few years, I was 21 years old at the time, and he kind of entrusted me. I became recruiting coordinator, third base coach, and made the schedule. And, one of the lessons it taught me was to be sure that somebody, this was his baby, this program, but was if somebody gave you an opportunity. My relationship started with the Mohawks. So if you're not familiar, the Mohawks used to be the Schenectady Mohawks. It's a collegiate summer. If college baseball players can play somewhere in the summer. So back then in the 90s, there was probably maybe 9 leagues in the country. Now there's a million. But Bob used to coach the team. But I was 21 years old, and he said, "Listen, I don't want to coach anymore. I'm gonna do a job." And I said, "Well, Liz," I said, "these guys." "Do you want me to coach these players from North Carolina and Miami and Notre Dame?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm going to get you the job." So we go into the interview with Hank Caputo, who's the owner, and as we're walking in, he goes, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell him that you're 25." And he asked. I said, "Okay." So we did so, and I got the job, and I've been involved with the Mohawks since then. Kind of the turning point for us was we ran 2002. So 2002, you used to get about 20 people on teams. He played at 5 o'clock. Billy Salento, who's the Wake Forest coach, coached the team. Actually, Hunter Pence was on that team. And he said, we got to move this team out of here. So we had the idea, we moved it to Amsterdam, New York. My hometown, which is a small town, you know, kind of a little hotbed for sports. You know, its own newspaper and a 250 people there, and I was thrilled. And but over the years, we kind of built it. And Bob unfortunately passed away in 2006. And you know, again, I just have some of the milestones in your life. I was president of the league at that time, and I got a phone call. I bought the team from his wife, and I got a phone call from another person who's here, Dave Dittman, and Dave was involved with a bunch of became partners of the team, and since 2007, we've put millions of dollars into the stadium. We built it up. You know, we win championships. We have hundreds of players who play professionally now, and you know, we get players from really every major college in America, from Alabama to LSU, who come and spend their summers in Amsterdam. We really built it into you know, one of the top franchises in America. So those are the people who. And like I say, to be here and be honored. Again, what I've learned through baseball is I've surrounded myself with a support staff. My staff was hired Steve Griffin, who coaches our team for the last bunch of years in Florida, and we've just built some great things. So again, I'm humbled and honored to be here with this list, and again, mostly happy that I'm able to share it with my family and friends. So,
Yes, right on time. Beautiful, 1-for-1. I'd say that's the leadoff triple right there. That's a nice way to start getting Brian's very humble, and he didn't tell you what a program he's built for the Mohawks in Amsterdam. So hats off to you, Brian Spagnola. You're now a member of the Hall of Fame. Barber, please stand up. Gary Brown, stand up next to Barry. Barry's the best woman umpire in baseball history. And for all of you who know me, she's a Jeopardy champion, so that doesn't get any better than that. Gary Brown is responsible for our theater in our Hall of Fame. And we have over in our Uncle Gary Holly has been with me from day one, and he's the voice of reason. He's the one who told me to do the 10-minute mark and to come get the microphone and take a pass. Stand up, Gary. Gary also played in the major leagues, so he got there and he was the best player and hitter CN College in that. Table is a pitcher from West Falls, New York. His name is David Thomas. He had a great career, great with the Montreal Expos, Atlanta, Philly. But several years ago, we had two inductees. Lou Whitaker on the Tigers, Dave Lemanchek, who also was a teammate for a while. But he was the first All-Star for the Toronto Blue Jays. Dave gets up to speed. He's 6'5", he's fluent in contact. He's a buzzing guy. On the floor, hit a home run off me. I had to plunk the next batter up, and it was Lou. So he goes, I hit him pretty good. He goes, that was 10 years ago. I'm so sorry about it. So we all laughed. So I told Dave, Darryl's coming. And Dave goes, oh no. He goes, Gary Carter hit a long home run against me, and Darryl's the next guy up. So he goes, I had to plunk him. So he said, I threw a 78-mile and they had a little brotherly chat on the mound. I don't think they've seen each other since then. But Dave was like, do you think he's still happy? I don't think so. So I'm glad to see David sitting at Darryl's table. That's great news. I also want to bring two of my friends are here tonight. Way in the back. Expert in the country on the JFK assassination. Brilliant. And we have long conversations. Any question I ask him, he's got the answer. Up front here is one of the other top 3 or 4 researchers in the country, Larry Schnapp. Stand up. Larry's also a benefactor of our Hall of Fame and supporter, and supported the 3rd monthly exhibit at our hall. So thank So Dave and Mike Dawson, let's stand up for a minute. These 2 guys romanced me, brought me to Gloversville and said, "Look at this beautiful park we're building. Come, let's take you across the street. Here's your new home in this building." And these 2 guys, how could I say no? And I fell in love with these guys. They're true baseball. Stadium across the street from my Hall of Fame, and it's gorgeous. Who do you know that spends $1.8 million building a baseball park in Gloversville, which has a rich history of baseball? Tonight, he's being inducted in our history. Past that. Thank you, Rennie, selection committee, for this honor. Congratulations to my fellow inductees for all your accomplishments and for your to the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. I'd like to thank Amanda, my wife, my son Michael, my daughter Elise. The Partner Foundation, as well as the Board of Directors who have their talent to the project for the past decade. I grew up in Gloversville, a small industrial town where the Hall of Fame is now about an hour northwest of here. Turn of the century, 1900, most of the leather gloves worn in the United States were made in Gloversville. Most American boys, I played backyard baseball on end until the street lights came on with my friends Sean and Jeff. I lived the Yankee games on the transistor radio tucked under my pillow, so my parents thought I was sleeping, but I was actually listening to the late games. I had a passion for the game, and especially the Yankees. And Chris, your home run in 1976. Thank you. I only played 1 year of Little League baseball. All that backyard baseball didn't translate to the field. I never got a hit. One season of Little League. So you're probably sitting here saying, what's this career 0 hitter in Little League doing, using up my time on the stage? Well, I said, thank God. Maybe I can redeem myself through him. Isn't that what youth sports is all about? Well, Mike Bowser asked me to join the board. We knew there was some history to the park. It had a cool story, but nobody really knew what happened pre-1950 when Little League started playing there. So we decided we'd put a binder together, research some history, and see what we
just want to spend a few minutes telling you on it. Parkhurst opened in 1906 by the local railroad. The ground was 1,500 people, and they said it was better than most major league parks of the year. It was the home of the New York State League Jags. It was a feeder team to the Brooklyn Superbas. And the teams in the New York State League included one year opening, the railroad opened up the farm store in baseball. In 1907, it's probably the best month of baseball in any local little town in America. I'm going to drop a couple names. Cy Young and the Boston Americans came to town on their way to Detroit. So they went from Boston to Detroit to stop in Gloversville to play an exhibition game. 2 weeks later, now I got to stop for a second and ask everyone for a raise of hands. How many of you have seen the movie Field of Dreams? I love it. Well, Moonlight was a real guy. I think everybody knows that, right? The famous story is he gets up to the majors, he's ready to make this one at bat. The guy before him gets blasted out, and he's sent down to the minors. And he's hanged in the movie because he never got his at bat. I told you, he actually did play in the minors for a couple of years. He played for the Scranton minors of the New York State. And as part of those Scranton, he actually played 7 documented games that we have the box for on Parkhurst Field, this Little League field in Gloversville, New York. So what we found was Parkhurst is one of the oldest and most storied for the first 50 years of the early 20th century. So now that we had all this documented history, the question was, what do we do with it? In about 2014, after 4 or 5 years of research, a friend of mine said, well, rather than write a book, which maybe nobody will see, why don't you build a destination for kids? I said, sure, that sounds easy. Why not? Kind of $6 million capital campaign. We met with donors, fundraising, site plan, permitting, everything you could imagine. Our architectural drawings. We were going to recreate Parkhurst Field the way it looked in 1906. So I have to pause here. Feel pretty good about myself. 2014, the research is there. Oh, by the way, they actually that significant in baseball history. So we're feeling pretty good about ourselves. You know, Parkhurst has talked to the town of New York State has committed $500 million to the campaign. We had some mojo. So my wife, if you haven't met her, Amanda, she really knows how to keep me balanced and a little bit humble when I need to be. That's a good thing, believe me. Of a guy that we know in profile picture on Facebook. And we're like, hey, we're at the same table here. What's going on? Well, he was holding some exotic animal that his company helped save, right? Feeling a little bit self-conscious, a tad underappreciated, I gotta be honest with you, I decided to recite my accomplishments. Hey, I started a nonprofit. I raised He looked at straight face and said, "Fun, look at him." He saves animals, you save ballparks. Somehow, I don't think it was about the bird in that picture. So with the support of donors and the Fulton County in summer 2022, we actually had raised $1.8 million to date, and we broke ground. We put the grant
stood. We even found the original footings, the foundations of grandstands about a foot underground when we raised the park. I'm proud to announce we had a grand opening of the new Parker's Field in April 2023. Somehow, the romance I've heard or now generations of little league age kids can play at the historic park and learn about all these incredible Hall of Fame inductees. There's still work to be done. We're about halfway towards our goal of $3.6 million. All I ask of people in this room, all these baseball fans, is to share our story. We never know who we're going to inspire that reads it. I do it when I'm walking back to my table. Nobody will have a problem with that. Together, we can build parks. So, last story for you, and I promise, I think I'm under 10 minutes. Last year, my wife and I came here, and she got to meet her hero and her favorite player, Tino Martinez. We had the honor beautiful picture moment. Next day, I'm scrolling through media. There's my wife's new profile picture. My wife, with this honor, this plaque in hand, I might make the cut this year. I think. I'll let you know tomorrow. Thank you for the honor. Congratulations, Dave Karpinski and the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. Johnny Morris, Joe Rigoli, Sal Augustinelli, please come to the stage at the same time. I really love having Johnny do this because if Billy Flitzer's here, Billy, stand up and take a bow. We would love you, Scout. That being fantastic. We were counting on the Billy. We're all rooting for you. We don't know what happened. We'll go next year. Come on up, John. John has the privilege of inducting his lifetime friends and 2 new scouts in the baseball team.
Congratulations to all the inductees and your families. What a pleasure it is. 5 years of experience with the St. Louis Cardinals and the Philadelphia Phillies. It is the decades-long dedication and loyalty that shines most brightly on Joe Rigoli and Sal Augustinelli. Each of them have served their organizations with honor and distinction, and their accomplishments have cemented their legacies within their respective bases. New York City and at Suffolk High School in Rockland County, New York. Joe played baseball collegiately and as a graduate of Granderson University in Teaneck, New Jersey. Joe has spent 25 years in professional baseball with the St. Louis Cardinals and the Phillies as a player, coach, pitching coach, manager, and major league coach. 2024 will be his 46th season in professional baseball, his 42nd with the Cardinals. Over the last 5 decades, some of Joe's accomplishments include the signing of 5 New York State players who would go on to have major league careers, including Matt Morris and Jason Mott from Iona College, who recorded the final manager. He won National League championships with the Cardinals, and he's been part of 3 World Series championships.
No, I don't. I appreciate it.
2006 and 2011. Joe is an active member of CAC, which is the Catholic Athletes for Christ, and he is currently the president of the New York State. Kevin's fiancee Zeila, and his daughter Alexander, and many friends who come up from the tri-state area. Please join me in welcoming the newest member of the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame, Joe Miller. Let me take a minute to first congratulate all the inductees here tonight, and to thank the Renee who once again hosted the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Great job. I'd like to start off to introduce to you the Hall of Famer in my life, and that's my wife, Victoria. I want you to come up here because they're a lot easier to look at than I am. But anyway, she's been there, for the whole time. And we were married in 1982, and next month in December we'll be married 41 years, which I consider my most important time. She's been there the whole time, through all the to do a lot of travel. And just one quick story. I was on the road for about 10 days, and I should throw my 3 adult children out. They're all small, but I'm relieved at the house. That's when something happens. Like somebody gets sick at school, and you've got the pipe breaking at the house, and you're nowhere to be found. You gotta do all these things at home. But I come home, and I mean, she is the best. I mean, Alexander filling me in. All of the things happened over the last 10 days, and I just said, I don't know what to say. I said, I got to leave in 2 days. No, I can wait for 10 days. I got to go to New England. I got to see a picture. I'm going back the road. I mean, she looked at me, and I like to say anger, but he hurt his feelings. Just told me, I mean, back to her. I don't know what to say. I just looked at her and I said, look, I don't know what to say, except that I can tell you that I love you a lot more than football and basketball. I'll tell you what, the love went away about a week. I have to tell you that whoever coined the phrase "time flies" was truly not kidding. I cannot believe that 45 years have gone by, and I'll start my 46th year of professional baseball in 2024. Simply unbelievable. Seems like yesterday that I was a kid in Astoria, Queens, watching my favorite ball the rest of my life. My first game was at a doubleheader. In case you don't know, that's 2 games in one day. At Shea Stadium with my dad, a New York City policeman, and my 2 brothers. One older, one younger, one a Yankee fan, the other a Mets fan. The smell of the green grass, the crack of the bat, the hint that I never wanted to be anywhere else but at the ballpark. Of course, the smell of peanuts, popcorn, hot dogs was also appealing to 3 young boys. But I was bitten by the baseball bug. And once bitten by the baseball bug, I really couldn't think of doing anything else. I played it every chance I got and wanted nothing more than to play as I got older. We had it, so there was never a time where there weren't enough kids in the neighborhood, or brothers, or my lifelong friend here, that we didn't play baseball that day. And so I thank them for helping improve my game. Then it was the bus trips. The bus trips at Suffolk High School throughout the county. Then to Fairleigh Dickinson and those bus trips. And then speaking of the New York Penn League, there are 2 inductees here tonight that I was fortunate enough to have met, Zeila and Todd. Sal was a competitive and enthusiastic player who played the game with tremendous art that was unmatched anywhere I have seen. Every day, never came, and was a leader on the club. It was great to have them on my team, and I am honored to know these fine gentlemen. I also coached and managed in the minor leagues for 6 years, coached 2 more as a third base coach, pitching coach. One of my fondest memories was working with Jim Fergosi in Louisville as his third. I was later as the bullpen coach in 1996. Well, whether it was at Ainsworth Field or in Erie, Pennsylvania, or Redbird Stadium in Louisville, or Met Stadium in Philadelphia, it was great to be on the field. In 1988, I was offered an opportunity to scout by Fred McAllister, who was the director of scouting and has spent of the game, although leaving the field was very difficult. I took the opportunity and felt it would provide me with the experience to learn another aspect of the game. There are several individuals that you'd be remiss if I think. First of all, Lee Thomas, the general manager, you may know as the Philadelphia Phillies, but he was also farm director of the St. Louis Cardinals. Without that opportunity, I might not be here tonight. Thank you, Lee, Lee, and I really. The other is Fred McAllister, who gave me my first job in scouting with the St. Louis Cardinals. He told me the importance of scouting, and he gave me that opportunity that led me all the years that I did scout. And then there was Ralph DeLuvo, who everybody taught me the importance of scouting. Ralph DeLuvo taught me the art of scouting. Scouting, not the most glamorous part of baseball, especially not prior to cell phones or the GPS, was the most essential part of finding those diamonds in the rough ball players that wouldn't have a chance had it not been for a scout. Ralph used to say that the rose only to get rained out. We're to find a guy that went to see, and he was on the stadium. Or you go to a ballpark, you see a great player, so you wanted to alert your team that you'd have to come in to see him. So you'd run after the game, go to the first coffee shop that had a pay phone, and realize that there were 4 scouts Scouting is seeing something in a player that no one else sees. Possibility that a player hasn't shown all the potential, and there is more growth than ever for that player, even though he may not know it. First of all, in closing, I'd like to thank the St. Louis Cardinals, led by their ownership group, Mr. Bill DeWitt, our president of baseball operations, Flores, Matt Slater. I want to thank them for their confidence in me and continue to work for the St. Louis Cardinals. I know that we've had a rough this year, but I trust our leadership group to get us back on track, make the necessary moves to get us back atop the National League Central. And in closing, I can tell you this: I'm humble, grateful. Baseball Hall of Fame, my home. I am grateful for being inducted with these other worthy individuals that you'll meet tonight. And I am thrilled that my family are here to celebrate with me. I want to thank you very much for this honor. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. All right, next up, Mr. Zeila. Sal is a graduate of Capitol Hill East in Dix Hills, New York. Sal played 4 years of college baseball at Slippery Rock University. He graduated in 1983. This year marks his 40th season in professional. And after retiring in 1992, he became the Northeast area scout for the Phillies. In 1997, he became the Phillies International Scouting Director, a position that he would hold for 25 years. In Sal's 25 years as the International Scouting Director, he signed over 400 international players. And he raises over 2 international players every year for 25 years. That, in and of itself, is all family. Sal has recently transitioned into the role of senior advisor to international scouting for the Phillies. Although Sal has spent 40 years in professional baseball, 34 with the Phillies, 6 with the Sabres. Part of the 2008 World Series championship team. Sal was joined here tonight by his wife Sharon and his many friends who have come up from Suffolk County. Please join us in welcoming the New York State Hall of Fame, Sal. Thanks, Rennie and the New York State Hall of Fame for selecting me for this award. Thank you. This is a great event. I'm humbled and excited to be here. The first time I've been here, it's really unbelievable being here with all you people. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's a great event. I'd like to thank all the other winners tonight. Congratulations to you guys. I know a lot of you guys, and it's great to see you guys tonight. 250 days on the road. I would like to thank my wife Sharon for 25 her care for my kids and I do my job properly. So, Sharon, I'd like to thank my 3 kids that I don't think they know who I was in the first couple of years. like to thank my friends Scott, Wayne, Jimmy, Buddy, and John for coming up forward with us. I really appreciate it. John's a bar in my neighborhood, and the signature drink is ice on the rocks. So if you ever in the neighborhood, stop by it. You know, you don't have to worry about getting a DUI or anything, but you never get intoxicated. Love you, Scott. 34 years. It's been a great ride, a great organization. It's been unbelievable. Great seeing. A great team. Joe, my first manager in the minor league, Joe. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I love you too. Thank you so much, John. Thank you to the people that got here. I mean, I would never be here if it wasn't for a lot of people. So I want to just mention some of the names. I'll try to keep it short, but, you know, I just have so many people to thank, and it wouldn't be right if I didn't mention, like Joe, I think me and Joe came from the same ones here, Tim Pagodi Senior and Junior, who my, you know, Jim Senior was my manager at AAA, great guy. I don't know what he worked out to me, but went over there and they can't get rid of me. I've been there for 34 years. Darrly Knowles, Pat Gillis, Benny Looper, Dana Brown, Mike Harbaugh, Marty Oliver, Ruben Amaro, Ed Wade, George Belandia, Dave Dombrowski, Sam Flo, Johnny Almaraz, Mark Gorn, recently passed away. I love you, Mark. I'd like to thank my mom and dad who are no longer here, who like grew up in the Bronx, took me to all my Sandlot games. I mean, they called me everywhere. You know, they were immigrants from Italy, and I really miss them, and I wish they were here tonight to see them in private. In closing, I'd like select me. I'm really humbled with this award. And I want to say one more thing. Hey, Todd, my old teammate. I haven't seen you in a while. I didn't get a chance to say hello to you. I love you, man. Love all you guys. Have a great evening.
For him, contributing to the game of baseball is a passion and a way of life. Lou Bernardi, come on up. And to induct Lou into the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame, let's welcome back partner to the New York Yankees, friend Ray Parkinson.
And proudly serve as a limited partner with New York Yankees. Today, it is my distinct pleasure and privilege to introduce someone who transcends the role of a coach and a former player, and someone that I'm honored to call a friend. Lou Bernardi's impact on the world of baseball and his unwavering dedication for the betterment of placed the game and above his personal interests, showing a profound concern for young athletes' well-being and success. Mine was sharing that time is coaching, and last year found myself in a pickle without coaches for our 14U travel baseball team. The first person I called was Lou, and Lou is there to become the pitching players from last year's team traveled here today to thank Lou and to honor him on the day of his induction. For the past 5 years, Lou has been a coach at my alma mater, the United States Merchant Marine Academy. At Kings Point, our guiding principle has always been acta non verba, deeds not words. It fills me with great pride to be the first to officially welcome Darrly to the class of 23 New York State Baseball Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much. And I know it was already said today, but today is Veterans Day. And today, it's something like tonight possible. Really unbelievable. There are so many incredible individuals here today that have influenced my life, not just in baseball as a player or as a coach, but much more importantly in life as a whole. And Ray Bartizan, let's start with you. Thank you so much for that heartwarming introduction. Truly an honor. And as I think back, two of the most memorable moments of my life, being one of them. The second, when I proposed to my fiance, you were instrumental in that. And without you being a close ally, neither of which is probably possible. So I truly commend you. And my fiance, yes. And as many of them were ready, but who's counting? But 13 days from now, there'll be another significant moment in my own life. As I tie the knot and call my beautiful lady, Alyssa, my wife for the rest of my life. It's crazy. I'll say this. There are a million other places she else, counting down the days for her to be here today. I truly appreciate it, and I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you, babe. So, thank you so much. I'm fortunate to have both of my parents and my sister here tonight. Every one of the inductees, I'm sure, can relate to this in saying that the home front is so important, and without support, volunteer for most of my career, but yet I live rent-free in my house. And without my parents willing to see the journey through, me standing here tonight is enough. So I'm truly grateful for that. So I thank you guys so much. As I think back, actually, growing up, one of my fondest memories in baseball every year was a long tradition. And I got to see the lights of Todd. I got to see the lights of Curtis Granderson. I got to see the lights of Darrly playing Tony Day while I was skipping school. And only Rennie LaRue can create something that puts that mindset to reality decades later. So kudos to you, my friend. Absolutely amazing. You are the people I have to recognize and as coaches here. And for those who know me, they know that I use my words very carefully, very carefully. And I'm going to say the legendary Coach Bob Hirschfield is here tonight. The legendary Coach Bob Hirschfield. All right. half the room at least in saying that that man taught us more about life and being the man in baseball. And remember this, that the game of life is much, much, much longer than the game of baseball. And I owe that man so much. He's been a mentor for me. 15 years later, I'm still coaching because of him. Family appreciate you sitting with us. Thank you so much. A couple more people I have to thank, and a lot of us have talked about contributions to the game of baseball. Mr. Ray DeGrum, my brother, we've done so much to make the next generation of this game better than what already happened. And I look forward to continuing that service with you. And I thank you for your friendship. You're one of the main reasons I'm standing up here, so I thank you, Ray. We did a good at Ray and I, and actually Don Scala was with us, a fellow Hall of Famer in his own right. Dom and Ray. Loads of kids come up. They jump out of the bus. Not one kid has not one kid has a bat. Not one kid knows organized practice is supposed to look like. We figured it out. 2 hours later, the smiles on those kids' faces is what made it all worthwhile. Every single one of those kids left that day with a bat. Every single one of those kids left that day with a glove. And it's because and that's what I'm most proud of over anything, being able to give back to the kids. Being able to give back to the kids. And I'll steal some of Ray's thunder here. We have college baseball players here tonight. And it's about them. It's about what can we do using this platform to give back to them. Because that's the future. We're done. Right? Some going to do next is how people are going to define you for the rest of your life. And furthermore, and those 5 kids that sit here that I have the absolute privilege of coaching, and I can't wait to see their progression, and I can't wait to see how far they end up in their baseball careers. Who knows, maybe one day one of you is standing up at a podium similar to this, remembering moments like this. So use this as a sounding board. The 9-year-old nephew who's here, all right, Dylan, all he cared about was coming today to meet Darrell Trouble. All he cared about. But it's moments like this that are going to create memories for him, that 20 years from now, when he reflects on his own baseball career and journey, he'll remember this and say, this was a positive moment in his growth and development. And that's what we're trying to provide. And I will do this, and I know the time is on me. I'll be under 6. I'll be under 6. There's so many clinics we did, but there are other people that helped me from the very beginning start what I wanted to do. Danny Locklear, a famous swing baseball, and Ryan Nardone, the Glencoe PBA president, as well as Joe Gallucci, the NYPD chief of counterterrorism, are all here today. Give back to those kids that need help. Give the example. And it's truly an honor to call those people and those friends of mine part of my team. And I am privileged. Maybe I'm one. And I think it's humility, right? To admit that your luck is a hard thing to have people like this in my corner. Because you're only strong. New York State Baseball Hall of Fame and now family. And congratulations to every one of the honorees here today, and to Rennie, our previous leader, for making this all happen. Thank you guys so much.
Connected to baseball for 50 years. He founded Baseball Magazine in 1977. Yes, he was the public relations staff for two baseball commissioners, Louis Kuhn and Hugh Uberoff in the 1980s. Currently, he is the editor-in-chief of the legendary Baseball Digest, bringing new life to the long-standing foundational publication. But I first got to know him when he served as the Senior of Media Relations for the New Yorkies, years working for Mr. Dottore and Mr. Todd and Steinbrenner, arguably the most wonderful owner in the history of sports. Make no mistake, Mr. Steinbrenner loves the New York Yankees and made every one of us better, sometimes in ways we would only later recognize.
Well, first of all, I want to apologize to everyone here that came thinking that they were going to see Rich Thoreau before Kenny. We are together in 1977. We rarely this podium event, and I thank Randy for the honor, and Kevin Kernan, Tom Scala, Raymond Rome. I just started in September of 1999 when I was 14 years old. It was the first week of my sophomore year at Yorktown High School in Yorktown Heights. I got a new guidance counselor. This was my first meeting with him. I got a new guidance counselor because my freshman Forrest Buddy Dow. If I can get Forrest Buddy Dow, if I got Mr. Miller or Miss Baptiste, I'm paying for it. Because Forrest Buddy Dow was also the football coach at York High School. His father was the first ever head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers back in like 1933. So I'm sitting in the office of Coach Dow, and he's I had failed them my freshman year, so I had to take this class at a rival high school just to become a sophomore. And he had this look on his face, and finally he looked at me and he said, if you could do anything you want when you're a grown-up, what do you do? Now, at that moment, I know that whatever I say, I want to be an astronaut, I want to paint bridges, I want to be an accountant. He's going to say, well, you're probably going to need a high 20 years old, sharp attack, and we reminisce because that's all we want to talk about. But my answer to Ford, I said to his question, what would you do if you went to New York? I said, that's easy, Coach. I'm the public relations director of the New York Yankees. And I went on to tell him that I know exactly what the PR director does. I know that there is one from the back of the Yankee yearbook. All of our officials just came into the booth to tell us that that home run by Joe, which is 11th on the organization. So I said to him, Coach, I know I can never grow up to be Mickey Mantle, but there's no reason that I can't be Bob 50. And he said, okay, I'll make you deal. If you can get the grades up, you think you can do for my football team what Bob Fischel does for the Yankees. So I went into that office that launched everything that happened to me. And finally, 25 years later, be a job with the New York Yankees. Now, the old saying, be careful what you wish for. Because when I was having that meeting with Coach Dowd, I was his PR director, and a damn good one, and you would too. Northern Illinois University, they were purchased by a group led by a relatively unknown builder in Cleveland by the name of George Stein. Now, he did not stay relatively very long. So by the time I got the job, my dream job, 25 years later, he had owned the team for 24 of them, and he had gone through, a dozen good PR men. It's like George Costanza said on side. Those 24 years. The longest serving PR director on the George Steinbrenner before me was a man named Harvey Green, who did a little more than 2 seasons, and he was known as the Lou Gehrig of Yankee. So I got the job, and he never fired me. He kept me from quitting 3 times in a 5-week period. But I think the secret was learned in one of my series in 1970. And I asked him a question about leadership, and I'll never forget the words he said to me. He said, Mike, Rick. He said, Rick, there are 2 sides. Some men are captains and some are I. Comparing the 2 world wars in general. And he said, and I'm the back. And when I walked to my car at dusk that cold November evening in 1970, I answered the phone, yes, sir. If I wanted to say something, I said, sir, if I might, sir, in office, sir, I can't let you do that. Sir, are you out of your mind? But in summarizing what it was like to work with George Steinbrenner, I have to tell you this. Take a look at me. I'm 37 years old. College, I don't know, Kane, as I did, I discuss with students, some of them can never be asked, you consider your best. And I thought about it, I said, how can I not? My career checked all the boxes. I mean, my career checked boxes that I didn't even have. I mean, I didn't have any boxes for, I'd like to win 4 World Series. All these guys, and I like to work with guys like Darrly, Chris Chambliss, and Todd, Zeila. I mean, Furman Munson knew my name. I think, but and when I walked in today, Diana Munson gave me a big hug. I mean, I was Jeff to say, I'd like to meet a beautiful young woman who also loves baseball and will give up her career for money. But that's what my wife Karen did. She had a career in Major League Baseball as a commissioner before she was to grow up. And when I got the Pittsburgh Pirates job, she had to give that up. And she did it willingly. And now we're moving. My footsteps, but when I think about it, in those 11 years I was with the Yankees, I was on the road like 150 days a year. Not out of that age. So if you add that up over the 11 years, that's 3.5 years. So when I started, my son was 2.5, and when I finished, he was 12.5 or 13, and I was in person, and he has a career of his own. And the reason he can't be here tonight is apropos. He can't be here because he's an executive with the Florida Panthers, and they have a home fan. So, but he did call me this afternoon, as my wife Karen and I were driving up there. He said, "Dad, is this like the greatest honor that you've ever had?" This is an unbelievable honor. I thank all of my cousins and my uncle Bob who I watched games with. My first memory of baseball was watching a game with Mike Robert. And Mickey Mantle was up, and I said, "Why is he wearing number 7? I said, "Why was he's their best player? Why is the Yankees' best player not wearing number 1 and number 2? Why are they wearing number 7, number 9? Until my grandpa. To go in with people that I Darrly, my dear friend, and Chris Chambliss, and Todd, and I just worked with the great Granderson. That was not to be, but there's so many of them. Darrly knows what we, the people we knew, the fun we had, and thank you all. It's been a great ride. I couldn't be what.
Congratulations, Chris. For our next inductee, we are going to shine the spotlight on the way realm. Eric Sherman is a true baseball historian and New York Times bestselling author. To mention 2 of his greatest books, Kings of Queens, Life Beyond Baseball with the 86 His latest is a new release for India and the remaking of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Eric allows us to visit with Fernando Valenzuela, the hero Latino with fresh insight. And you catch him lecturing in Cooperstown at the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Eric Sherman, please make your way out. Today we have him here
honor to Jerry Kuzma. I never dreamed that one day I would join him and so many other baseball legends in the New York State Hall of Fame. It's a tremendous honor. Thank you so much. There are so many people that have helped me get where I am tonight. Some of them are here, some of them are far away, and some are no longer with us. To my late father, Frank, who nurtured my besides others here tonight, to my mother, Joanne, who has read every word that I've ever published, I say, every son should have a mother like I have. Mom, would you stand up? To my double play partner in life, my wife, Zeila, and our pride, right? I want to thank mine for all their support and understanding. My family, would you please stand up? There are also people I've met along my journey whose support I'll always treasure. My first editor, Virginia Hunt, my Emerson College journalism professor, Bob Blake, my agent, and I'm grateful to the writers who inspired me at a young age to become an author, Roger Angel, Roger Kahn, and David Halberstam. I would like to thank Rennie LaRue and everyone involved in the building of the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. I know that for Rennie, it's the culmination concluded with Chris Chambliss, the son of a preacher who made us all believers on a chilly October Bronx night in 1976. And with Curtis Granderson, whose exceptional talent on the ball field was only exceeded by his kindness to others off of it. Sometimes the greatest achievements in life aren't what you accomplish, but what you overcome. I believe the two most important days in a person's life are the day they're born and the day they realize why. For me, I realized my purpose at 14 years old when yesterday's newspaper that books last forever. It was those words convinced me to become an author. I often said my 9 books on baseball transcend the sport and humanize the players I profiled. Whether it was a player blackballed from baseball because bigotry, or a great pitcher who inexplicably lost his ability overnight, or a sharecropper's son from the deep south who rose Mexican Americans to come from outside the shadows for the first time. Or about players that have dealt with exhilarating triumphs, agonizing defeats, addiction, heartache, and redemption. Emotional Tom Seaver on his vineyard waxing poetically about Gil Hodges and Jackie Robinson. I've listened to Bill Buckner describe the pain of his World Series era. Great regret for what could have been. I've been called the Diane Sawyer of ball journalism. My interviews are filled with laughter, but also tears. The players entrust me with their deepest thoughts and feelings. I become like a priest, a therapist, or a best friend to them. And in return, I take great pride in getting their story right, eliminating false perceptions, soul into everything I write. It sometimes dawns on me how truly fortunate and surreal it's been to be invited into the living rooms, the dugouts, the offices, and the inner circles of some of the greatest and most intriguing players of modern times and have them share their most intimate thoughts. Several of my friends have told me, "You call that work? How lucky you are." Flame of our national alive for the generations to come. Even in these divisive times we live in, it's our love and passion for this wonderful game of baseball and all its majesty that unites us. I have lived every child's dream. The baseball parts of my youth have come to life. I've had countless surreal moments throughout my writing career, and choosing the with Buddy Harrelson, Ron Swoboda, and Art Shambliss back as we made our way through a final Miracle Mets reunion at Seaver's house would be awfully tough to beat. But throughout all those unreal experiences, I always was wearing the job at hand to be a steward of baseball history. And if that becomes my legacy, I will be proud. Some might view this as a lifetime achievement award, but I view it as a catalyst to write many more baseball books for you to enjoy. As a writer, how fortunate am I to live in a country with freedom of expression? It's a gift not to be taken lightly. In closing, I want to thank Rennie and the Hall of Fame Committee for your appreciation of the arts ushered at the Baseball Hall of Fame and honored in other ways, but this is my finest hour. For one night, you've made me feel like Roger Angel, Roger Cohen, or David Halberstam, and I have all of you to thank for it. I humbly accept this honor. Thank you so much.
Leader family, come on up. You guys over here? Okay. We lost our next inductee much too soon. Before he left us, Mike Friederman built a Long Island baseball legacy. His family tells us he was defined by his love of the game. Some of the lasting gifts of them is his baseball academy, Long Island. The Dominican Republic and more, where tournament victories were collected at a prolific pace. And the product. The Greater New York Sandlot Athletic Alliance hosts the annual Mike Liederman Cup. Congratulations to the Liederman family on Mike's much-deserved induction into the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. It's such an honor to be at the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame to honor our father, Michael Liederman. I want to start by thanking all of our friends and family who have traveled on to here today. I would also like to thank the nominee committee for giving our father this incredible honor and making him Michael. Michael Liederman was a man who wore a lot of different hats. He was a loving son, supportive brother, devoted husband. He loved his friends and family. First, he loved the sport of baseball. And for anyone who knew him throughout his life, he was just that.
The extent of my father's love for the game of baseball is hard to describe. I want my insight into the world of baseball. As a player, Michael attended Queens College, where he batted a career average of 137, which is still standing school record. He played first base and brought a passionate enthusiasm to every game. Those players at this stage of their playing career just want to go out and enjoy playing. Our dad was different. He had drive and determination not only win, but to be a winner. Amateur baseball comprises approximately 5,000 students throughout the country, all of whom are competing to be crowned in these championships. Our father decided that we would do everything in his power together, thus the honor of sport. His created an environment that mirrored Major League Baseball. Our family's baseball is right on Major League Baseball. Every square foot covered with piles of bats and balls, anything that you could possibly do. Road trips filled with the best restaurant and hotel information available. Storm players had no choice but to reciprocate by playing their parts out every time they were on the field, leading by example, defined by the man by the baseball.
Now, being a every one of his players knew how much attention and that the Long Island Storm was known as a powerhouse in the amateur baseball. We were being athletes, not professionals. Players were still working 5 jobs, had families at home, and were still willing to travel wherever my father told them to go play a doubleheader on a Tuesday night just because he told them it was the best competition around. In the years to come, the Long Island Storm would go on to dominate the tri-state competition. Storm's national tournament all over the country. They traveled to Pennsylvania, Florida, Arizona, Ohio, Michigan, Las Vegas, and He was the president of the Long Island San Diego Football League and said the Long Island Storm for the New York Yankees amateur baseball. For Mike Liederman, this still wasn't enough. It was time to keep the Storm working.
The Storm traveled to British Columbia, the Dominican Republic, and Italy to play and win against the really sent shockwaves on people. It resulted in the next day's game being nationally televised and had 25,000 fans in attendance for every game. What the Todd would be. Time to play was set in March every year. Our father would take the storm team down on a 3 trip to play minor league affiliates. On the game, my father had on schedule, didn't want to go behind, not just play the game, but to be that by as much as he possibly could. The Storm team ran a 43-point championship, total record of 1,387 wins, 316 losses, giving him a winning percentage of 7. They had 375 minor league players and 52 major leaguers. Notable players who go on to become major leaguers that played for him. One were John Weaver, Delgado, two forwards, Jim Directly, and Brandon Hudson. While these accomplishments were his most impressive part was how he kept his drive and focus to the ones that he loved. He made it clear opening day and do everything he has to achieve your goals, no matter how crazy, daunting, or impossible that they may seem. You often hear of a child growing up and doing anything you set your mind to. Being an adult that is yet to see far-fetched. That is. You build it, they will come. Our father's favorite line from by Dick Clark, originally opened a 20,000 square foot facility called the Storm Sports Academy. Together they created a place that includes young kids, not only the fundamentals, but also have growing up for baseball and young education. Last year, almost 20 years after Storm Academy first opened the doors, we can proudly say we inherited something from society. The success of the academy has recently allowed us to double our footprint and open an additional 20,000. Opportunities. Starting the academy allowed our dad to begin a new endeavor, the youth hormone storm and Marlin Scout baseball. Our father gathered myself along with some of the best young players from all over the world, and we would compete every summer and fall all over the country. We would treat all of us exactly as we did now. We wanted every player to experience what it would be like to play in the minor major league. Our father did this all at the same time. Morning or late at night, spent hours on the phone with parents of players, college coaches, and professional scouts on behalf of each individual. He helped hundreds of parents navigate an unfamiliar territory in college. He spoke with countless coaches with determination to give his players any chance that they can. He saw things differently than most. These were not just kids playing baseball. These were young how to appreciate the breadth in every player as much as they contact. Including myself, I signed with the Miami Marlins in 2017. An accomplishment that validated all the work my father and I put into my baseball career. I was able to give him a memory that we both would achieve. All of the above, you might not realize that the Storm was simply a hobby of his and not his actual makeup. But he was I graduated college, and I entered the workforce immediately. I had the privilege of working alongside my dad every single day for 4 years. My dad only had one speech, and that was no matter what it is in business, baseball, or life, treat every day, every opportunity as a position where you're left. In 2017, my dad started coming into work less and less, and I stopped coming altogether. Today, I continue to work as Darrly to him, and even though it's hard to call me a day night, which I always say is the best compliment I can ever receive. In 2015, my father was diagnosed
baseball obsessed person that he was, of course, he became after a baseball player, which was him. Never came close. He used that same passion and determination to use every aspect of his life to fight the future of his team. He traveled across the world for treatment and did what my Peterman always did, giving it everything he had. ALS caused the person to lose all motor functions that we take for granted every single day. Towards the end, he lost the ability to walk, talk, or even do something. Now get out of bed on his own.
That part of love for my mom. You know, they're just really stand up. Through the entire battle, he never lost hope. Our mother, Zeila, was his sole caretaker. Would do everything and anything for every thousand every minute of the day. Erica and I made the only siblings in the world that were supposed to do it. So it's wonderful.
His legacy will also live on. Number 10, which was run for his entire baseball career. Our Father's Day was so important to so many, impacting so many lives in such positive ways, many of which I'm sure we still don't even know about. Continued my father's life from playing days, coaching, starting his business in the baseball academy, with his willingness to create opportunities that allow other people to become the best player and person they can be. Lifelong memories, friendships, and new possibilities. Today for our father in the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame, continue to honor his incredible legacy. They say legend never dies, and for our dad that couldn't be more true. Thank you again, everyone.
It was really moving. Victor Feld is here, and Victor nominated Mike Liederman. And as we do with our research, we call many people to find out something about Mike Liederman. This man was incredibly universally liked, loved, and respected. He was a wonderful guy, and I wish. So welcome to the Hall of Fame, Mike Liederman. Down in the front of the room here. Mark, he's here. Amazing guy. He's championed the cause of Bob Aspromonte, who was the last Brooklyn Dodger to appear in a Major League game. But he's a good friend of Mr. Bob, as he calls him. They talk regularly, and they've established a relationship. And
Thank you, Randy. Thank you for considering the nomination for Bob Aspromonte and for selecting him to be inducted. Greatly appreciated. Jim Denny, thank you for your friendship. Went to see 2 years ago about honoring our Brooklyn Dodgers friends. Thank you for helping a second grade 9-year-old boy fall in love with the game. You're my child on the field, and now I have more admiration and respect for you. You are that. Sheriff Berger,
I'm going to say that she's not against my greatest Thank you. Like Rennie said, my name is Mark Gent. I live in Nashville, Tennessee. Tonight it is a tremendous accept this award. As I look at the lineup tonight, it is humbling to stand here because I'm not a former player, coach, broadcaster, or author. I'm just simply a fan of the game who sits in the stands like so many of you. As a longtime Dodger fan who appreciates the rich history of the franchise, there is a unique aura about the team's tenure in Brooklyn that will forever remain frozen in time. On the corner of Bedford Avenue, Dodgers could I meet before it's forever too late. Since then, my chasing Brooklyn journey has taken me from restaurants to living rooms across the country. The 11 Brooklyn Dodgers I've met have shared stories that painted me a picture about the golden era of our national pastime through the lens of being a Brooklyn Dodger having played on the Howard grounds with Epic Field. This is how I came to know Bob Aspermani. He said yes. This is a man who accomplished so much during his distinguished 13-year career, but who I tracked down because of his loaded bat as an Brooklyn Dodger in 1956. When Rennie called Mr. Bob last year to tell him about his nomination and induction into the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame, it literally moved Mr. Bob to tears. He called me the next day to let me know how much it meant Brooklyn and everything this game has given him. He was excited about being with us this weekend with his wife Karen and his extended family, yet recently was advised by his doctor not to travel. Mr. Bob sends his regrets for not being here. He is grateful for those in attendance at the Aspermani table tonight. He is thankful to Rennie to the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame to be selected for this induction. This is Bob Aspermani's baseball story. He was born in Brooklyn in 1938. He's the grandson of Italian immigrants and the youngest of three sons, Angelo and Laura Aspermani. The Aspermani brothers grew up playing in Sandlot in the Bensonhurst neighborhood, and their parents would take them to the nearby cathedral known as Yankee Stadium, the Polo Grounds, and Epic Field, which was only 15 minutes away from Maggio. Willie Mays runs center field, and Jackie Robinson runs the bases. And like most boys, he dreamed of one day being like them, putting on a uniform, stepping up to the plate, and taking his position in the field. After graduating from Lafayette High School in the summer of 1956, that day came 18-year-old Aspermani when Dodgers GM Buzzy Pavese signed him a contract. He was This was to home regular infield practice. In what seemed like a blink of an eye, he had been transported from a cheering in the stands to a young man jogging out to meet baseball world. Mr. Bob told me, Austin told me to go take infield. I look up and I'm running towards Gil Hodges, Pee Wee Reed, and Jackie Robinson. I could not believe what was happening. I took a few ground balls. He kept that glove. He played with that glove. He practiced with that glove. That was Bob Aspermani's first day as a member of the Brooklyn Dodgers Baseball Club. After spending a couple of months in the minor leagues, he was called up to the big league roster for the final month of the season. On September 19, 1956, in the bottom of the eighth inning, Bob Aspermani was called on to pinch hit from Brooklyn left. Throughout the history of the game, not to say they shared a box score with 7 future Hall of Famers from their debut. Since Bob Aspermoney spent 1957 in the military and minor leagues, and the Dodgers moved west to LA after the 57 season, as Bob Costas mentioned earlier in the video, that would be his only at bat as a Brooklyn Dodger. But it was the start of became a utility player for the 60 and 61 team, playing behind Maury Wills and Junior Gilliam. At the end of the 61 season, he was left unprotected by the Dodgers for the first expansion draft. But he was hopeful this might be an opportunity for him to go home to play for the newly established New York Mets. But baseball fate had other plans, and it proved to be a pivotal moment in his career with a big Colt 40. The Colt 45, day of 62. Bob Aspermoney forever etched his name in the team's history books with the first at bat, all about a first hit, and then scoring the first run in team history. Later in that game, he would draw the first walk and steal the first bag in Houston history. He would be the opening day third baseman for 7 consecutive seasons. In 1965, the newly branded Houston Astros first pitch from an astronaut. Aspermoney lined up to catch his first pitch from Alan Shepard, who also had a notable first of his own as the first American in space. This would be the beginning of a lifetime friendship between the two men. Aspermoney continued to add accomplishments to his collection of firsts as he became the first Astro to hit a home run in the Astrodome in April 24th of 1960. And with his prowess at the hot corner, he led National League third baseman in fielding points in 1962, 64, 66. Aspermoney only hit 54 home runs during his 7 seasons in Houston, but 6 of them were grand slams, a team record that stood for over 40 years until Carlos Lee broke it in 2011. In addition to 45 to the Astros in 1968. He was traded to Atlanta after the 68 season and played 2 years for the Braves, alongside the likes of Dusty Baker and Hank Aaron. In 1969, when the Braves won the very first National League West Division title, it was Bob Aspermoney who called the final out to clinch the division that would give them a date to those 69 Miracle Mets in the NLCS. To play his final season for the Mets. This was a fitting end to his career, as Hodges was not only just a former teammate, but more importantly, he was a good friend and a mentor. Aspermoney played the final game of his career for the New York Mets on September 28, 1971. And when he stepped off the field that day, he gained the distinction of being the last Brooklyn Dodger ever to appear. The Astros called on Bob Aspermoney to throw out the ceremonial first pitch at Minute Maid Park, wearing a Colt 45 jersey. See it in the banner there. Also in 2012, outside of Minute Maid Park, the Astros made Aspermoney the first recipient of the team's new Walk of Fame. And in 2019, he received an orange jacket as a member of the inaugural class of the Astros Hall of In closing, Mr. Bob is 85 now. Still lives in Houston with his lovely wife, Karen. It's been decades since he played third base for those Colt 45s and Astros, but he is still revered for what he has accomplished on the field and in the community. Through all of his accomplishments, Mr. Bob continues to repeat that he cannot believe how a boy from Brooklyn could be a about his career and express his utmost gratitude for receiving this honor. He was born in Brooklyn. He started off as a Dodger. He ended his career as a Met. And tonight, he's being honored with his Bruce Run Beat in New York. Thank you.
So, listen, Scouts, John, Sal, Joe, Billy, I'm going to do you first tonight and thank you later. But in the room, the next guy is going to come to the stage. Jake Fishman, come up to the stage. Jake Fishman, this guy is a little arm thing, back. He's a free agent. You call me, and I'll make your case to Jake. And we'll see. If someone's going to sign this, Ray Bartizak, I mean, lefty situational relief pitcher, comes at an angle, ball moves, darts. I mean, this guy is going to be in the big league next year. You call me, and I'll talk to Jake to talk it over. I wouldn't stand here and say this. This guy's a big pitcher right here. And you think maybe he was in Florida? Back next year.
Thank you, Randy. You kind of stole my opening line. That everybody else. So thank you to Randy and for this introduction. It is an incredible honor to be with these other people. Firstly, I want to thank my parents. They've done so much for me over the years. Wouldn't be able to be in this position without them. Beating me up in the backyard, really created me up. Helped me become the player. I want to thank my baseball coach, Paul Now, who is also inducted in the Hall of Fame, and Army Company. Thank you for believing in me as a player, for getting me Lockwood for helping me develop and college into a respectable way. Thank you to my friends and family for coming out to my games over all the years. It's hard to be away from home for so long. So when we get to see you guys at the game, you don't know how much that is. And thank you to John O'Neill, my trainer, for the past 8 years, helped propel me big leagues, and I can't thank you enough. And thank you for helping me navigate through the world. Johnny, especially coming out of a division through school when you don't know anything, and this grade is often floated around baseball, as it always has a way of working itself into maximum. In July of 2022, I was sitting in the Braves AAA bullpen in that. I had just changed my slider from a shallow slider to a sweeper slider. play, you kind of have like a rotation of two pitches, and I was supposed to hit that thing. And instead of hitting still all 8th inning, 9th inning, goes from and come into the locker room, and pitching coach grabs me and says, "Hey, when you get dressed, come to the game." And I was sitting there thinking, and I got it. And they do this funny thing when they call you up these days. It's different than how it used to be. And they do it by not actually calling you up. So I go into the manager's office, and my manager Brown, he says, "Fish, it's a great for us. We're sending you to Miami. You put up a taxi squad. You're not activated, but they need you. They'll put you on the run." So I called my parents, said, "Hey, I'm fake calling." And his office. And "Good. Done great. I'll let you know in a couple hours if you're going to be there." So I'm obviously panicking. 2 hours goes by, and they call me back into the office, and that's when Maggie gets up, shakes my hand, and says, "Congratulations." That was a overwhelming moment after playing minors for 7 years. So the only people that faked down on Friday were my parents, and the rest of my friends and family were the Rams. Trying to find a flight and get pitched on Friday. I don't get pitched on Saturday. Sunday morning, the rest of my family and all my friends down. And in the third inning, Pablo Lopez gets into trouble, and that's when they make that first phone call and put me in the game. The New York Mets. I always laugh because my whole career I was told that I'll be a lefty specialist. And the first guy that I face is Francisco Lindor, who is not going to be a lefty for me. But nonetheless, it was a good outing. I love one. Smiles, laughter, and tears. How can you not be romantic about it? Well, I thank everybody for tonight. It's an incredible honor to get this award, and have a good rest of your night.
And we, the New York State Baseball Fame stands in this room. Mike Bianco, on to the stage. So as you can tell by now, Victor Bell is very close. when EF used to speak people. So Victor calls me and tells me about my instrument research. I can't believe what I find about this guy. Island, Chaminade High, which is a Catholic school, with still huge enrollment, so they cost $18,000. Mike Carroll from the Post wrote the other day, so happy that Todd Zill's going in the Hall of Fame. Oh, by the way, real for Mike Deckos was my first study teacher as a freshman in high school. Mike Deckos.
This is really an incredible honor. Really, thank you to the committee for putting me in the Hall of Fame here. I thank God that has become a Chaminade baseball team because so many times throughout my career, it had to be him. It couldn't be anybody else that gave us some victories that we ended up getting. You know, certainly baseball, as you guys will know, it is a family sport. And I really would like to take this moment to thank my family. Boys, two of them are here tonight with me, my brother Bruce, my brother Tim. My brother Rick passed away a few years ago, but he was a month tonight. Rick was a great baseball fan. You know, great Yankee fan, and Met fan, they love New York, and we certainly will miss him. But to the rest of my family, my nieces and nephews who are here, my great friends who are here tonight, thank you so much. It was your inspiration, your leadership that has gotten me to this point. My son, Michael, is here tonight. Michael played for the legendary coach Bob Hirschfield. Thank you, Bob, for all the wonderful things you've done for him. And for me, Bob also coached with us in Chaminade for several years. He did a wonderful job with our pitchers. Paul Mary by Toronto, with my first draftee at Chaminade. And Mark, thank you so much for everything you've done for me and my family. Just a quick story, just to let you know who I am as a coach. I didn't let my kids win at shoots and ladders. My son played at an opposing school in our league, and in a very, very important game one night, he comes up for batting with us, and a couple of men on base, so I walk out to the mound, to a chorus of boos and screams, particularly from my wife, who was at the game. And I'm telling the opposing pitcher exactly. So my pitcher does that to the T. Mike gets the ball, fly ball, you know. The next day, of course, he gets his revenge, hits a home run, tips his hat to me. I don't know if that was in fun, Mike, or get back. It was all great. I mean, baseball is fans, isn't it? That's, I mean, you know, that's where, you know, when I was 13, you know, I'm so blessed. That I taught her for life. She was with me for 50 years. We lost her about 10 years ago now. But it was the mold that kept us together. Mike, and my daughter. My daughter also went to Hilton. You know, she was a great gymnast, cheerleader. All-American cheerleader. How about that? My daughter.
she would come to, and Memorial Day became our kind of picnic at the park day. Memorial Day is our champion. So in the 40 years that, we've coached, we've been there 25 times. On championship weekend, and my wife Marie would always have a big spread for us, win or lose, and we enjoy it great. And the whole family has been such I was blessed in 1982 at the baseball coach in Chambliss. And in 1983, they decided I need help. So our athletic director, Jack Lenz, he goes, put an ad out in the paper, and a young man by the name of Jack Lyons responded to that ad, and that was in 1983. I accepted this unbelievable award. You're right here by my side, Jack. It's got to be. You were my inspiration. Jack kept me in the game all these years. He made the game fun for me. I was a little intense when I was younger, right? I was mellow. I was 6'2". I had black hair. He's the best baseball player I've ever met in my life. And we had great success together, and it's just been so much fun. I'm blessed that I worked at a summer high school. Many of you probably know this. But I really believe it's the best high school in the country. You can argue. Where could somebody do what he loves? I taught biology, earth science, and chemistry. I coached football, golf, bowling coach, and a baseball coach for these kids. Where could somebody like me practice his faith like this every day? I thank Chambliss, and honestly, my life wouldn't be. Here, I greatly appreciate it over these years. It's been a blast. I love the game of baseball. It's kind of ironic that I understand it. Because when I was younger, I wanted to be a football coach. That was my own. I coached football at Chambliss for 20 years. And that was really my desire. But I got the baseball job at Chambliss during my football career. I was on my very first baseball team. And Don, the college coach himself, has written some books about it. He told me one game, he said, we have to talk. Right? He actually brought me to his house and we sat down for hours and discussed the strategy for baseball. It was the day that turned my thinking around. Because and I loved that time because of the people that I was with, the people that have shared all these experiences with. So I look at Bob Hirschfield, I mentioned you before, Bob. What a great individual Bob has been. Some of you probably know Bob here. And he really was an inspiration. And just a short little story. After he took his hat, and I was down in Florida for my dad's funeral when Bob called me and offered my son Michael a scholarship to the Inductee. And you don't know how that touched us, Bob. That thing. We all sat around and cried. It was an unbelievable feeling. wonderful people. And Bob Sherman, one of them, a pitching coach sitting in the back of the name of Jimmy Balin. He's been with me for the last 5 years. Jimmy, two-time Diamond Award winner, Jimmy, and he's been really unbelievable. Just one final story. Jimmy helped lead us to our first state championship in 20. A Catholic championship. We've never had one before. And we were pretty blessed in 22. We happened to have 11 Division I college, provincial college players, 11, imagine that, 11 Division I players on the team. All right. And Jimmy was our pitching coach with that team. And during the season, at least our numbers 1, 2, and 3 pitchers. And Jimmy is the glue that put that together. Jimmy, I'm grateful for that. You know, and one of the pitchers pitched the semifinals through one extra inning, one hitter in a game that we won 1-0 in the semifinals. This young man came up to us after the game and said, with tears rolling down his eyes, he goes, Coach Bianco's. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I am on Thank you. God bless.
Ready baseball fan. He was born in Bayside, New York, and at the age of 17 was selected in the second round of the 1978 MLB draft by the Seattle Mariners. His catching prowess earned him 13 years in the majors, during which he sported the uniforms of the Mariners, Boston Red Sox, the Milwaukee Brewers, and the champion Texas Rangers. It was a natural of their own. Today, the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame claims him. Dave, we are inducting him into the Hall of Fame today. He was supposed to be here, but his daughter gave birth to a brand new baby this very day, so he could not come. But we are inducting him nonetheless. And ready for the in 1957 with the Cleveland Indians. After a short stop in Kansas City as part of a 7-player deal, Maris was sent to the New York Yankees, where he would become an all-time great. How about hitting 2 home runs in his first ever game with the Yankees? His Yankees tenure started with a bang in 1960, and by the time it ended in 1966, Harris, Yogi, Skowron, 1 home runs in 1961 is the feat that stands the tallest. A single season record that stood until another Yankee, Aaron Judge, 62, 2022. Some of the other career highlights: he was a 7-time All-Star, 3-time World Series champion, 2 with the New York Yankees, and in 1967 his spectacular campaign with be worn again. The New York State Baseball Hall of Fame welcomes Roger Maris into the New York State Baseball
Good evening, everybody. Hi, it's Billy Chris. Sorry I'm not able to be there with you in person I never knew Roger Maris personally, but I think I got to know him quite well in my preparation for directing the movie 61. I'm standing in front of a sign. This is the section where Roger actually hit the home run at Yankee Stadium 62 years ago. It's one of the few artifacts that I've kept from the making of the film. Who was really the one, alongside Pat Maris, who gave me insight into Roger the man. He was an extraordinary player in his short time, but all what he gave us. Back-to-back Most Valuable Player awards in 1960 and 61, which was an incredible achievement considering his teammate was Mickey Mantle alongside Yogi Berra and Elston Howard. Really of the great best player in the game during that time. What he endured that year has been written and part of our film, of course. But statistics are not really the measure of a man. And by all accounts, everything I've been told, Roger was a really good man, on top of being a great baseball player. I want to show you a very rare photograph. This was given to me Roger crossing home late in Red Sox. All these years ago, I was Sunday hills in silhouette and darkness. Roger is the only one in the line as he crosses home lane. Tonight, Roger's crossing another home lane because you honor him in the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Maris.
Here to congratulate all these.
Sorry.
Tonight, Roger's crossing another home lane as you honor him in the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. And now,
I'd also like to thank Billy Crystal for a wonderful speech introducing my dad, Roger Maris, to the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. Congratulations to all the inductees tonight. What a special night. It's a great honor to accept this award on behalf of my dad. He'd always loved being a New York team. And he always said that there's no better place to play rich legacy in the game of baseball. His name is mentioned throughout every major league season for the past 62 years since he broke the record, 61 home runs in 1961. He's had movies made of him. He's had the stamp, the U.S. Postal stamp made of him. And on July 21st, 1984, George Steinbrenner Newman Park at Yankees. Just a year before Dad had passed away in 1985. This is mental to Dad, recognized as being one of the great Yankees. He played with the most storied franchise in all of baseball. It has a flag of him hanging next to Babe Ruth in the halls of Yankee Stadium. That's a pretty cool legacy. This is lasting in life. With Cancer Center at Sanford Health in Fargo, North Dakota. He has helped improve care of many and is saving lives all across the Midwest region of the United States. The Maris family is very proud of the impact this Cancer Center has made throughout the years. and it's a golf story about a 4-foot putt and a birdie and stoke. As he stood over the putt, I said, all the pressure. He just laughed with a little chuckle. The word pressure does not exist in my vocabulary. My dad drew the putter back and drove the ball straight into the middle of the cup. He proceeded to laugh. Greatness at all times. As he said that, I had a puzzled look on my face and tried to interpret what he meant. He tells me 6 inches between my ears. You have 6 inches to master your mental game, and that most athletes only reach 4 or 5 inches. Only a few mentally strong athletes achieve and master all 6 inches. Able to overcome such odds while hitting 61 home runs and surpassing the great Babe Ruth. We couldn't be more proud of the father, husband, grandfather, friend, ball player, and teammate that Roger Maris was. I would like to thank Rennie LaRue and the Hall of Fame committee for inducting and acknowledging him. And enjoy the rest of your evening.
Kevin was planning on being here, and there's an illness in the family as of yesterday, so he was unable to come. But he sent me that video instantaneously. And I have to tell you that David Mannell and I spoke this week, he saw him, and David Mannell said, he goes, Rennie, so you can say what a great guy Roger Maris was. And I think you got an idea from Kevin how special Roger Maris was, a baseball player. So a round of applause. And how about Billy Crystalson in that little video? That's pretty nice, huh? Cool. I want Don Scout and Cheryl Howard to come up to the podium. Got it. And we're thrilled to have her.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Rennie. And another great show by Rennie LaRue. How about a hand for Rennie? If you haven't been up to the Hall of Fame in Granderson, please do yourself a favor and get up there. I was there in September doing a clinic for 80 kids. It's getting better every day. Rennie, that's the house that Rennie built. Listen, I just want to say congratulations to all the inductees tonight. Many of you guys I know. You touched my life. The scouts here, of course, the heartbeat of America. All the different people. A big shout out to Jill One and, of course, Diana Munson. What can I say about Ellie Howard? If you looked up the word humility in the dictionary, Ellie's picture would be right next to him. Such a wonderful man. He was the first person I talked to in the clubhouse when I arrived at the stadium in 1978. I was getting dressed at my locker, and he walked over and gave me a big smile and extended his hand. His hands were like hand gloves. Wow, that was something. I knew immediately who he was. I remembered him with all the championship teams and a guy we all emulated as a kid in the streets of Brooklyn. Hell, I even remember how he turned his brim of his hat backwards under his mask. I don't know if you remember that. At 51, Ellie was taken way too soon. I had the honor of working with Ellie for 2 years in the bullpen. I never learned so much about the game from Ellie by talking to him as well as watching him with the players who respected him tremendously. We all know his credentials as a player, 5-time world champion, 9-time All-Star, Gold Glover, and an MVP in 1963. However, you don't get in this great Hall of Fame for stats alone. He was quiet, respectful to all, and humble. Tremendously, and this wall will be honored to have his plaque on the wall. Today, it is my honor to induct New York Yankees Elston Howard to the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame for this prestigious honor father and special thanks out to Benny. My father was a man of great gentleness and dignity, one of the all-time Yankee greats, American League MVP in 1963, and winner of 2 Gold Gloves. A fitting leader to be the first black player to wear the Yankee uniform. Of the truly great Yankees. These words are on a plaque at Yankee Stadium in Monument Park in tribute to my dad. Elston Howard, as his daughter, I am here today to tell you about one of the most historically dynamic yet underappreciated players in Major League Baseball. 8 years after Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier, my dad at the age of 26 was first man of color to play for the New York Yankees, a team that thumbed their nose at integration when their all-white lineups won the World Series 5 straight years starting in 1949. George Weiss, the Yankees general manager, Weiss publicly declared he was never a black man to wear a Yankee uniform. Box holders from Westchester don't want them, he said. They would be offended to sit with black people. And trust me, he used another name instead of black people. On April 15, 1952, a group called the American Labor Party set up picket lines in front of condemning the Yankees for being the only lily white team left in New York. The Yankees responded to public criticism with the excuse, according to the Yankees, they claimed they were waiting for the right man, a black man of great moral character who would fit the Yankee mold. That man was my father. And he was a star athlete in baseball, track, basketball, and football. When he graduated from Bashan High School in 1948, he had scholarships offered from 25 colleges. But that was the year after Jackie Robinson had signed with the Brooklyn Dodgers. My dad wanted to follow in Jackie's footsteps, so he chose to play baseball for the Kansas City and roomed him with Ernie Banks on road trips. In 1950, when the Yankees reluctantly sent a scout to Kansas City, it was Bub O'Neill's recommendation that led to my dad signing on with the Yankees. And how prolific of this, having this award here today, ceremony on Veterans Day. Due to the proudly. In 1953, the Yankees assigned him to their AAA farm team in Kansas City. 1 year later, the Yankees sent him to Toronto, where he became the MVP of the International League. In 1955, when the Yankees could no longer deny him a spot on their roster, my dad was converted into a catcher so that he could be backup. My dad finished second to Herb Score in the voting for the American Rookie of the Year. In his first World Series at bat, he hit a home off of John Newcomb. My dad helped the Yankees win the World Series in 1956 and the pennant in 1957, the year when he made first of his 12 All-Star teams. And my dad was named the most outstanding player. Let me remind you, my dad was still a part-time player, mostly in the outfield, and was Yogi's backup. My mother, Arlene Henry Howard, told my dad he should demand a trade, but my dad loved being a Yankee. And why not? With the Yankees, he played for baseball's senior team and cashed the World Series. For the next 5 years, he would be the most dominant catcher in baseball. And of course, 1963, my dad became the first African American to be voted the most valuable player in the American League. 2 years later, my dad needed surgery on his elbow, and the Yankees failed to win the pennant. In 1967, the same World Series. About this, my dad was credited with inventing one of batting donuts, which is still used today by batters on the on-deck circle. When my dad retired as a player after the 1968 season, he joined the Yankees, becoming a coach of the American League. Not many people know this, but he nearly became baseball's first black. Had he been successful, Greg had an agreement that my dad was even his manager. That was my dad's dream, to manage a major league team.
The first?
That dream never came true. He was the coach of the Yankees for 11 seasons. My dad had a big heart. He loved baseball, and he loved his family even more. He also had a great legacy that led to opportunity to sing the national anthem at many a season's game, American League Series and the World Series. Not many people know this, but my dad loved to cook. So much so that he would grill steaks outside in the dead of winter with 12 inches of snow on the ground. Or he would make a huge batch of his famous crab gumbo. Unfortunately, it was his heart legacy continues to this time. In 1984, his number 32 was retired by the Yankees, the team he truly loved, and the Yankees loved him. The beautiful part of the story is my dad's teammates treated him as a brother, like family, and I am proud to say that I had many uncles whom I loved, like Yogi Berra, being inducted for Hall of Fame. On behalf of myself, my mother, and the rest of my family, we say thank you for this tremendous honor. Thank you.
African American to play for the storied New York Yankees. The first African American coach in the American League. An American League MVP. A player with 10 pennants and 4 World Series titles. Elston Howard had a groundbreaking and a truly great baseball. Or globally segregating. He didn't debut for the Yankees until he was 26 in 1955. That year, first of his 10 World Series, hitting a home run in his first World Series at bat. Howard would battle for playing time, playing on one of the greatest clubs in baseball history, and alongside one of the best catchers in history, Yogi Berra. When he did play, he made the most of it, making the All-Star game for the first time in 1957. The first and the Milwaukee Braves. The New York sports writers voted him the baby as World Series MVP. As the Yankees continued to win, Howard would continue to thrive. In 1961, with Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle having their all-time home run battle, Howard led the club in batting average, hitting a monstrous .348. That club would win 109 games at the World Series championship. But it was in 1963 that the highest home runs, drove 82, and hit 287. He would earn 15 of the 21st place MVP votes and become the first African-American MVP in the American League. On yet another winning team, Howard was at the pinnacle of the baseball world. But there would be more for Howard in the twilight. At the age of 38, with the Yankees in decline, Howard would be traded to Boston and start 33 games down the stretch for the impossible dream Red Sox. Part of the chase lore. Fans of a younger vintage would remember Howard as a steady influence during the successful but tumultuous 1970s Yankees. Howard would continue to serve baseball and the Yankees honorably for more than another decade as first base coach, for 3 more pennants and 2 more World Series titles for the Yankees. Fittingly, Elston Howard's number 32 has been retired by the Yankees, and on a plaque which honors him in Yankees his gentleness and his dignity.
Brian Kenny, the MLB Network, for Brian Kenny to honor Elston Howard like that. The MLB Network is very nice to us, very appreciative of what we do, and we're appreciative of that. So thank you to Brian Kenny. Upstate New York history. And Don Blah is sitting there. He's an inductee. He was the best pitcher that NYU ever had. Pitched many of the top grades in the game in the 60s. We're really happy to have you here, Don. Jay Horowitz, come up to the stage because we want Jay to induct Todd Zeila. Todd, you can come up also. Jay. You're both here. Jay Horowitz.
Thanks for having me, Brain. Before I start, I wanted to honor two special inductees in my life. My good friend Darrly, who I've heard for over 40 years. And next year, I'm proud to announce the next year's retired with number 16. Fine and gentle, great play, great human being. Someday he could be a U.S. Senator. That's my goal. I just wanted to honor Todd for his recent Emmy Awards. His first one he won by himself, his role as a New York analyst at SNY, including his 5th Emmy he's won for his career. He's a well-deserved time. I want to touch on Todd's career for
had a lot of stops along the way. But listen to me, over 250 home runs, over 2,000 hits, over 1,100 RBIs, close to a 270 batting average. And if Todd had stayed in one place, you take more on to win recognition, that's for sure. But I mean, Todd's legacy really isn't defined by numbers. Todd was the leader of our 11. That's Brown Zero. Todd gave one of the Mets ads to the New York City Fire. That started the whole succession of teams really have. We were the first team to wear hats for police, fire, emergency squad. And now every team in baseball wears some kind of hat on 9/11. It really could be traced back to what Todd did. That first year, I know. Down from locker room with the hats of our guys. Practically wore the hats the rest of the year and because of Todd's leadership. And I've got to say, Todd is one of our ambassadors, and this guy named he always goes to different things, no matter what it is. Every time he's in New York on 9/11, he always makes it a thing to go to a firehouse, pay tribute to the firemen for what they did. Not to get reward, I think it's the right thing to do. And it's my honor and privilege to introduce Todd this induction to New York State Baseball Hall of Fame.
Give it up for Jay Horwitz. He's also a Hall of Famer here. His 34th year. Relentless Rue, as you guys all know, in this room, but not just for this honor to me, but for what you do for the backbone of baseball in this. As like that, it's easy to kind of, it's a little sexier to get some of the guys that have been on the field and in front of the lights up here, but we can really pay honor to the guys that are really the backbone of this sport, the scout. Prepare anything tonight because I want to react to what I saw. I was here last year, and what I heard. And what I heard is words like honor, perseverance, lucky. I think some people that have gratitude here, and then two that really resonate with me is family and. Topics for me in some ways. So as Jay alluded, I spent a lot of years in the big leagues. I had an opportunity to play for a lot of different teams and have sort of a meandering path. But as also some other people have mentioned here tonight, Joe being one of them, when you're doing what we're doing, you're sort of married to the game. And the family can sometimes suffer. Whatever, ran away from baseball a little bit. My personal life suffered, and I found myself with my family fractured, trying to figure out, what my purpose. I kind of turned my back on baseball in some ways, and was I gonna, sell real estate or fly airplanes or make movies? And some of you may have read somewhere along the line that I made a TV show with Darrly. The reality, and I found myself just sort of running away from this thing that was a real piece of my soul. And, that brings me to the family part of it, because during that time, I recognized that, I had a lot of really cool moments in my life, but I never, as Jay said, really stayed with any one team long enough
I have started to feel now. A big thing for that is, just sort of the way that the guys in the room will know when I'm talking about baseball, God's work. About 10 years ago this month, something that ironically was baseball related, I met this beautiful woman. Who's now my wife. Through baseball, I found a new way into a family. Our daughter Maddie, who I kind of claim as my, is here tonight as well, and I love the fact that they were able to come up here and share this with me. But then that kind of leads to legacy. I didn't really feel like I had a legacy. I was kind of Forrest Gump of baseball, and I think, I was talking about Fernando. I played next to 14 Hall of Famers. I was playing third base with Jeffrey Meyer, ball that Derek Jeter hit. I was on deck when Mike Piazza got hit in the head by Roger Clemens. I was on deck when Mike Piazza hit that home run on 9/21. I've always been around these moments. I was standing in the box when Robbie Alomar spit on an umpire. So, there's these things that have all been a part of my to say, hey, why are you turning your back in the game? Get back into it. There's something about it that you love. Her dad at the time was managing the Brooklyn Cyclones. And Gamboa is his name, 44 years in the game. And the guy that had scouted me, ironically, when I was 17 years old. And, we meet at a baseball thing, and I meet this beautiful woman who's now my wife. And, she said, as we did, I took the advice of her and a couple of people that I would like to thank here, Jeff Wilpon and the Wilpon family were always very, very good to me with the Mets. And they had always reached out to say, if you want to get yourself back into the Mets family, we would like you in the family. Come to New York. If you're in New York, come do a guest appearance on the show. Come and lo and behold, to kind of fill that light back in me that was baseball. I turned it off, I kind of dimmed it, and was a little bit too proud to be known as a baseball player. I think all the guys, as you go through the life that we have, you get kind of labeled that. And I was, sort of prideful in what the but had the opportunity through visiting New York, meeting with her, to get myself back involved. And now I feel very, very proud to be here representing New York. I used to always say that New York is like home away from home for me. I'm a California kid, grew up there, always spent my winters back there. Now I spend 9 months of the year at least in New York. I feel like New York is now my home. The ability to connect it to the Mets, this guy's been steadfast in my corner for 35 years that we've known each other. And the work that I've done on the network, I feel like I've pieced together a legacy here in New York that transcends the stats that I built on the field as a part of the New York Mets or even the New York Yankees. So with that, I'm honored and thankful. And a lot of the words that everybody Baseball Hall of Fame and the committee for bestowing this honor and providing a legacy.
Congratulations, Todd. Our next inductee is an absolute fan favorite. He spent 8 of his 16 Major League seasons wearing the colors of both of New York's teams. 4 in pinstripes, 4 still a recipient of the prestigious and impactful Roberto Clemente Award. And in 2011, well, it was special. He led the American League in RBI. So remember how he and Mark Teixeira became the first Yankees teammate to hit 30 home runs in 150 days, the first since Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle in 1960. He finished 4th in voting for the AL while with the Mets. And for you, his Grandkids Foundation is doing remarkable work, funding education programs for inner city youth. The Grandy man did, and still is, making his mark in the game. We love him as a studio analyst for Turner Sports and MLB coverage. Let's all welcome Curtis Granderson.
Great intro right there. I need you on my team full time. You know, everywhere I go, just have you segue and introduce me out there. So thank you for that. And thank you all for everyone coming out here to the New York Hall of Fame, and Rennie, the committee for inducting me in. Truly an honor and a privilege. I want to congratulate all the inductees tonight. The stories are truly amazing. And all everybody has done so many amazing in their baseball career, and it doesn't all include just hitting the ball. You're so impactful and so amazing. So again, what you've done up to this point, what you will continue to do for this game is honorable and admirable, and there's so many people that get a chance to watch and enjoy the game, all because of everything that you bring to the game. And what's really cool about how you set it up here, and I'm watching, I'm enjoying everything. I see the Todd, Zeila, in my parents' place right there. I see the tops card, I see the donors card, I see the upper deck card. Started as a fan. I watched players like Todd. I watched players like Strawberry and said, maybe one day, you know. Or when it's my turn in the backyard, I get a chance to pretend to be like them, you know, bottom of the ninth, 3-2, throw that pitch. After I foul the first one off, okay, let's do it again. And now we go ahead and try to go ahead and hit that game-winning. Baseball, like college baseball. I got a chance to be drafted by the Detroit Tigers, and I was like, wow, who knows what could possibly happen here? And it's so unique being here in the New York Hall of Fame because my career started in the New York Finland. I played for the Oneonta Tigers. Not too far away. It's so really unique because coming from Chicago, third largest city, no. But that's how I started my career, and it was exciting, it was interesting, it was an amazing team. We actually made it to the championship, lost to the Staten Island Yankees in the championship. But because of the New York Penn League and because of minor league baseball, I got a chance to make it to New York City for the first time. And it was on the field of September 11th. That it happened in September of 2001. I finally made ground zero to see what had happened, what was part of everybody, and what the Yankees and the Mets were able to do to bring it back with this great game of baseball. That World Series is still etched in my mind, just watching how we come back with sport. Sport does so many different things. That's the reason why I wanted to start my Grandkids Foundation, to give back, to utilize sport as a bait to bring you in, and then also hit you from the left, hit you from the right with education. parents. My parents' first time at professional baseball, they flew in to Albany, New York, and then drove over to Oneonta, New York to see me play. But it's so many just crazy connections that bring me here to New York. I'm truly honored and privileged to be a part of this great organization. So excited that I got a chance to play for the Yankees, so thank you to them. Play for the Mets, so thank you to them. Start my career in Oneonta, New York, in the New York Penn League. Thank you again for allowing me up here tonight. Truly a privilege, and one of the things, like Todd said, there's things that just come your way that you don't always realize when you're in the moment. But Elton Howard's daughter, one of the things that was really big, I don't get a chance to stand here. It's not for your dad. Right? For a quick second, we always talk about Jack Robinson, Larry Doby, and many of the greats who do it. But if they play and they don't succeed, you don't have a Gerald Strawberry, you don't have myself, you don't have any of the other minority players that have played this game, Roberto Clemente, who I got a chance to win the award. So when we finally broke the color barrier, and not only did they break the color barrier, they succeeded. Jackie Robinson, his first year, think about this for a quick second. You're on a team of people that do not does not like you, and we're supposed to go out there and do battle together. There's 50,000 people here. Half of them don't want me on this team. And you go out there as Jackie Robinson did in your really year, you help your team win a World Series. You're Elston Howard, you go out there, you're MVP, one of the best players to play this game. You win championships. And then you open up the doors for so many players from across the world as teammates from Japan, from Korea, from Mexico. All those great individuals that came to help pave the way. So to them, I thank them. I thank my parents. I thank the New York Hall of Fame. I'm honored and privileged to be here tonight. I hope you all have enjoyed, and thank you again for having me up here. Do you remember the food on the island? So Brooks Barbecue was my son. And I heard some things that are only doing takeout. What happened? We need to make something happen. Ready? Can you make that happen? All right, so we're going New York City food. So one. They just always up and they go, you like fish? Okay, we're gonna bring the fish. I like some lamb. No, you don't like that. Why? We like steak. Like, if the food comes out, I still don't know how much anything costs because the bill was always different every time. Even though I felt like we had a lot of the same items, but that's how it was really enjoyable. The food was amazing. Oh, one regret: living in New York for 8 years, I didn't buy it. I should have bought something there. I didn't know I was gonna be there for 8 parts of. Let's listen to Bucky Ned right now for a second. Ray, come on up here.
I just want to congratulate you to the New York State Baseball Hall of Fame, a well-deserved honor. And you were one of the best players I ever played with, a clutch player, a class player, and not only were my teammate, but I consider you a great friend. And you had some great moments in your career, none bigger than 1976 when you did the big home run against the Kansas City Royals with the New York Yankees, back in the World Series after 14 years. But I'll never forget you trying to run around the bases. You look like Jim Brown. Then in 1977, when we were in the World Series, I was standing in shortstop, and all I could think with 2 outs is you around the bases, and I'm looking around, and I'm going, am I going to run jump on tours, or am I going to run for my life to the dugout? Well, I ran for my life to the dugout. But we had some great moments. We had some great years. You were a tremendous player, one of the best clutch shooters that I ever played with. Tremendous guy, tremendous player, and I'm sure all the people out there are wondering why I called you Snatcher. Well, it's because Nettles, myself, and Willie used to make a lot of bad throws over there, and you would snatch them out of the dirt for us. In 1978, we won the first Gold Glove, and way. When the 8 minutes are up and Randy comes out to go home and take you off, you're like, that's the shit. You don't have to sit down. You all deserve it. Have a great night.
I'm going to that I used to drive into the airport, and the last time I was with him, I would drive the car right on the runway. You remember that, Diane? Drive it right on the runway. And his plane was ready, and I said, I don't know how you do this. I don't know how you can get on that plane. You grow up and you have your children. You'll understand why I have to go home and have my kids. And I got to kiss my wife with me. And then I get to come back to my other home and I hang out with Snatcher and Bucky and all. And to take this presentation to Chris because she knows what he meant, what Chris meant to her. So she got this. I don't deserve it.
Still, after 44 years, emotional when I hear from his friends talk about him. And I realize how much he's missed, not just by our family, but by the state of New York, by the Yankee family, by people in Greenwich. Chris Chambliss, who, in my eyes, is the champion, period. He's soft-spoken. He's not what you ordinarily see on the baseball field. He's not totally aggressive. He does his job, but he was always what I call a gentleman, not gentleman, a gentleman. He was that way with his son. He's that way with for the humility that was in the same light as Elston Howard. When you say the word humility, Cheryl was 100% right. I had the great honor of being friends with Elston Howard, and he taught me so much about how to conduct myself, how I didn't need to treat certain people, certain people. I had to also
still just men. They may be just men, but they have a greatness about them. They have a humility about them. And they certainly deserve this award, and they deserve to be honored. And it is a pleasure to call Chris Chambliss up here because I adore him, as all of New York does, as you remember that home run. And Thurman jumping back in there like a little boy.
My life is full of surprise. You know, we just thought of this year that none of us got here by ourselves. Most of you know me a little bit. I don't like to talk about myself too much, so. But that was some kind of tribute. I really want to thank Bucky for saying Bucky's a good friend, as you can tell. And, everything to us on the field. He taught us how to play, taught us how to be tough. He taught us everything. And I thank you for Renee and bringing it on to help, nominate. I really appreciate it. I'm here because of some wonderful people who raised me. My mom. My two older brothers and my mom and dad are gone now. And everything that I am, everything that's competitive, spirit, sports, everything, sports is really a part of my life. I owe it to them. They just taught me everything I know. My dad was in the Navy shop. I was raised in a Christian family. And my humility comes. Because they were tough for me sometimes, most of the time. And so I learned from them. I want to give tribute to my woman who's been through everything that I've been through. My wife, her name was Audrey. And September 30th, we celebrated 50 years of marriage. But we are we're going strong, and we're in good shape. Another surprise today, of course, was the presence of my son. So anyway, I also want to give thanks to Doc Stanley. Doc Stanley is at my table. He's a good friend in New York. I've known him all my career. And, I'm so happy that he was supported by such wonderful people. Thanks so much for being here. And I've, in this way, probably not as emotional as it's been here, but I'm a member of the San Diego Hall of Fame, Oceanside High School Hall of Fame, and UCLA Hall of Fame. And so that's where I grew up as a out there because my dad was stationed out in California. And so since 10 years old, I grew up in Southern California. And I played every sport there was.
fortunate I was drafted. Our school played 3 years of college football, but because of Cleveland Indians drafted me in 1970, I had a chance to, I'm the one draft boys had a chance to play for the AAA club and got to get a big league a lot sooner than any other club. Because Cincinnati was the other team that drafted me. Obviously, why I'm here, of course, is 6 years with the Yankees as a player. And that was a wonderful year. And the people to thank there, of course, there's so many. Obviously, all of my teammates. But at the same time, you know, sitting at my table is Joe Martin also. And Billy Martin meant so much to us coming up. So, you know, with him, you know, I know Cheryl, when I saw Cheryl come up, that really hit home because Elton was somebody we all looked up to more than anybody. And that means a lot to me. I know they came a lot to me too. He was just that strong. Which was a trait of our ball club, by the way. We had so much fun. You know, you could be playing poorly and somebody would say something funny that would boost you up. So I thought that was a big trademark of my years with the Yankees. Of course, being in a World Series, I didn't have one run. So just obviously the highlight. And I had the pleasure of being behind him. So, you know, he did like 324, drove in 100 runs or something. So he was always on base. I had the privilege to work like. So I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to try. Those guys made it great for me. After, you know, I spent 6 years. I really didn't expect, but it was the first time after my career ended with the Braves, hired me to be with the Yankees. Not as a hitting instructor in the minor league, but then Billy, he was his last year becoming a manager. In '88, he hired me to get a coach. Here I am in 2020, and I'm a major league coach. So just I spent 3 years ago with Todd. Todd and I were together for 3 years in St. Louis. I was hitting coach. And after Joe, 3 years with him, he got the job at the Yankees in '96. He was just wonderful enough to ask me to come on. And that started my next career with the Yankees. I was there from '96 to 2000. I learned so much from those guys. These are the people who really helped me become what I've become. So I got a connection to everybody that you know, we're surrounded. You know, we were all together with the Yankees. And you, Curtis, I've seen him on the field forever. He's like playing. And I want to mention Bob Escalante. This is something that nobody really remembers. But I did finally leave my leg, which is called Kansas. Ken Escalante as well as my manager. And then when I went to the big leagues, I was supposed to be here in '71. And Alvin Dark was our manager, but Ken Escalante was his spot.
I'll be only one man knew Darryl Strawberry. The boys in Flushing thought they knew Darryl. Jay knew Darryl, okay? But the one that really got to know, love him, support him, no matter what, when he was on the team, when he wasn't on the team, knew how many keep him out of the game. They tried to keep him out of the game. They suspended him, and then they didn't want him back, and they told Steinbrenner, don't gamble on this guy. He'll let you down. George Steinbrenner got to know him from in the 80s. His favorite non-Yankee was Darryl Strawberry. Loved Darryl. When Darryl got hurt, the boys had him go down to the minor leagues. And he, for a little bit, he was a mentor to these kids down there. They idolized him, they loved him, and he hustled. Because today my son, after learning a lot, humility and everything else, unfortunately drugs, helped my son. It helped him grow up. It helped him understand. Today my son is a police officer, and he's a gentleman who has delivered 5 babies in the last. But to this day, he's Darryl back. And Darryl Strawberry has done so much. Yes, he's a great minister. He's out there. He talks to people. He reaches them. He has lived. And the time that I've said, Darryl, I need your help. And he's never said no to me. He calls me. He checks on me. What's going on? Need anything? That's a friend. He's been great with Jay. I could feel ready. But anyway, let me just support every time I had to check on because you hear them better than me. Ladies and gentlemen, an incredible guy, Darryl Strawberry.
What did you say? What a night. Ready, thank you. New York State Baseball Hall of Fame, thank you. Such a great honor to be here with all of you tonight. Thank you to all of the 2023 class. Thank you. Congratulations to every one of you. About baseball life. Tonight, I was thinking about it. I get to reflect on a baseball life. Baseball life that I had. I haven't gone down that road in a very long time. It's a very long time since I've been down that road. think about baseball, right? What baseball is really all about. And I was just thinking about all the different people. Family and how they were going. Just as a baseball player, what it like to go through. And I kind of want to go back to the beginning of where it was, me coming out of Crenshaw High. And thinking about the year of 1979 we played in Todd in the city championship. And we lost to Granderson. The coach for that game was John Hilton. So that's just the memory that I had about how great baseball was in Los Angeles, California. It was one of South Central California, South Central LA, California, and experiencing all the great players that come out of California. Usually was Ozzie Smith. Been there with me and Eric, believed in ourselves and we were going to one day play in the league to become very successful. There was no doubt that we would be successful. Right? Because Eric Davis was on the same team I was. And he was trying to lead off the bench shortstop and I was being that we wanted to have, and we had to have a dream to lead. So baseball, the game, but as a kid growing up, you have to have that dream where you believe in yourself, you believe that you can do it, no matter what it looks like, no matter what the condition is, no matter what the circumstance is. And I'm talking about the fact of growing up. Street crime and everything, make a decision that this is what you're going to do. And we made a decision. We did it. I'm ever thankful for it. Ever thankful for the challenges, forever thankful for the career, forever thankful for the fact of going through the minor leagues. I've never been a no one draft pick like New York Mets going through the minor leagues. And I remember them getting him out of class and saying you've been selected no. Had no idea where I was going to go. I had no idea what I was. But I can tell you this: it became the greatest gift of my life. When I found out the experience that I had going through the minor league system, and understanding baseball, and understanding going to Kingsport, Tennessee, going to Lynchburg, Virginia, and I remember. And I remember the stands, the way they were treated, and the things they were saying. Call me out my name, boys, this and that. You suck, you this and that. And I just remember my manager, clearly, Gene Hussein was my manager. He would always tell me when I was running back to the dugout, don't look up there. Just don't look up there. Because I know he was thinking that I might just think about Louisville slut. But you're thinking about it, it was a 19-year-old kid who had to realize that if I wanted to play baseball, it wasn't going to be. It was going to get tougher. He was selected number one. Expectations and pressure. So I live up to that height. Technically, and I hit 34 home runs, stole 45 bases, and I became a baller. I just remember that year I became a baller. It did not make me a man, but it made me a ball player. So let's make that clear, what a man looks like to a ball player. A ball player is someone that puts on a uniform, who has the ability to play, and get learn how to find pressure. And I was that type of player once I developed that year in 1982. Then I was a good grade here in Inductee, 1982. I remember the two victories, my dream of getting to victories. And the fact that my father, who was a raging alcoholic, who rejected me and my family, left us for growth. And I thought to myself, I have to rock. And I did. I conquered something that my father had said about young kids, the rejection, the beatings, and the struggles of coming home for the last time, pulling out chocolate, I said he wants to kill the whole family. And not just my stupid little mother. But we came this close. So I'm forever thankful for my mother. I'm a blessed man. I'm standing here today because I'm living the legacy of my mother. I'm living the legacy of my mother raising 5 kids by herself and taking care of all of us, providing for all of us. Go to school, put clothes on our back. And my mother would pass away. But I was playing Major League Baseball and I was on to be successful, achieving all these great things playing Major League Baseball. My mother was behind the scenes of her life. She was praying for me while I was living a life playing Major League Baseball. I had no idea what was going on in my life because my life was unraveling. I was falling apart through the scenes of the lifestyle I had said I wouldn't. Household, usually in real life. A broken home, brokenness is real. Lawlessness brings about broken. I come from a broken situation, but the uniform is covered up my real pain. I was never well. Had I known how good I was, had I ever been experience life at such a high level, and not being like, through players, the media, so many other different channels. I had to experience all that. Grateful for all of it because all of that and everything that I had to go through, the broken life and, having cancer twice and losing my left kidney in my second surgery and going through addiction and all these things, but still putting on the uniform and I knew how great I was her uniform. But that did not make me a man. I just made me baseball and achieving all the wonderful things. I'm forever grateful for it. And little did I know, I didn't know that my life would take a turn and a twist. Persecuted, but it's protected. The outlets. I tell you, as I said here today, I'm always thankful for the fact of what a baseball family is all about. All the coaches, all the scouts, you guys know what I'm talking about. The baseball family is the family that's netted together and everybody. Among several players that I idolized, playing with, that I wanted what they had, but I just didn't have the guts to do what they were doing. And that was very hard. And I was with people. Guys I got a chance to see, the Bill, the Life Players in baseball and successful, and the uniform didn't have them, the money didn't have Gary Carter, the money didn't. I really want that, but I just didn't have the courage to walk like that. But I knew in my heart that one day I would be able to fulfill the promises of my success on the field and my death. The encounters with so many wonderful people that are here tonight, the players and the scouts and the coaches and everyone that has been up here and thinking about their life and their passion and to understand, what this life is all about. It's a very difficult life, and it's a very lonely life at some times. I think a lot of people don't understand how that could be when one is so successful. It really does make a difference. And I understood that from the life of the baseball player. I think for guys like Richard Long, who have played a great role in my life. Guys like Chris, Coach, Jay Howard, people have played a very positive role. All the guys I played with, I'm respecting. Part of life is there as an athlete and one that's playing at high level. But the most two important people to turn out to be was not the guys that played baseball with. It would be my mother, who was interceding for me when she was dying, and it would be my wife Tracy, who I'm married to today. More than just to understand what a man is supposed to be. But I needed more than uniform to understand who is Darrly, what's been important in my life, what's the reason for my life. I was always more concerned about the reason for my life instead of what I was becoming as an athlete. Travel and could never imagine that Darrly would come and be a minister of the gospel. And he would, oh my God, he would praise God, he would love people, he would care people, and he would do the right things, not when just everybody looking for what people know. So I'm thankful for my wife, Tracy. I'm thankful about us and what we accomplish, but it's what we do with what we have in our hands. And I've been given an amount that's far greater than I can ever imagine to help somebody else. Because I'm a strong believer in to whom much is given, much is required. There's been a lot given to me over the years of the fame and fortune. More a leader in such a way, and not just an athlete. We're going to come and go. The uniform's going to be off. And then, who are you? I walked in baseball. When I finally walked away from baseball, that was the greatest thing that ever happened. I was able to put my real uniform on, really start up, do the work that I was doing. But the memories will always be there. guys that never take that away. And today, my day I'm supposed to be, my number is number 18. I know you're a little nervous saying the Dr. Darrly, that's how they all think, we're the same, but they always thought that, the black and you look alike. It was nice, thank you, here today to represent New York City, New York baseball. Thank you, fans. Thank you for what you guys have done for me. Not only just at the baseball field, created something great in baseball. Created a man who stood strong. At the end of the day, that's what this life is really all about. Not how many home runs I have, not how many trophies I have, but it's the man that I have become. The man that I sit here to and say, I'm not a victim of the brokenness of my life, then I would end up getting healed, and I would end up becoming a true follower of Christ and denying myself and picking up my cross daily and walking and living it. Not ashamed of who I am, and not afraid to talk about my faith. I respect so much of Gary Carter because his faith right. To me, when I saw that, and realizing that's what I wanted more than anything else. I was in baseball ability to achieve all the great things but I wanted to be the man that I never saw in my household. And I would end up becoming that man. And today, you guys made me the greatest player that I could ever be. I wasn't supposed to go to the next level, to a Hall of Fame. And God had a bigger picture for me, which was called the Hall of Fame. To be able to do something that I probably could never imagine, a thing that I'm not. To all of you that are here, baseball Hall of Fame, Ray, so many of you here that know me, you know I love you. You know the person I am. I haven't, I've changed in a different way, but I haven't changed in the person that my mother raised. And so I can tell you, in this audience tonight, my mother raised me. Front of me, and opportunities when I was in front of me, I made the wrong decisions. But today, I make those decisions today. I'm there supporting to what's important, and important to loving people, just like Christ loved me, and I was a sinner, and I needed a Savior. And he's still the same person today, and he will be the same person. The 320. So now we're going to exceed it in abundance. For all that we have to think according to the power that works in us. It's the wonderful working power that has changed me and made me a better man today. I am a good husband, got wonderful kids, and they're blessed. Me and my wife Tracy been married for 17 years, and we got 9 children. I always say God had a great sense of healing. He gave me my own start. everyone that is here tonight. And thank you for everyone that has received from every speaker. Congratulations to all 523 New York State Hall of Fame. All well-deserved, Father. Everybody has a story. But you have a great story. And you have the last story. We still petition up to you, we have to seal it, we'll put a head of protection around all of us. Father, this country and everything that's going on, we pray that you will be in the midst of it, Father, when you put us down. Darkness is all around us, evil is all around us. Keep our children safe. Make our streets safe again. Father, we pray for those who thank you for the gifts that you have given all of us in our baseball career life. And all these wonderful athletes. Let's go. In Christ's name, give glory. Amen. God bless you all.
We're not done yet, because when we leave here, baseball's over for the year, and there's no more good. Tonight's the ending of baseball, so stay here for a couple more minutes, we got a surprise. I want to bring Mark Gambino to the stage, and before we video.
About Bobby Richardson.
Yeah, that's good. Hold it.
Teammate for your Yankees jersey.
Bobby Richardson, ladies and gentlemen, the Yankee killer.
We had a picture of him with us in college. He was so outstanding. He would have been a star on every ball club, but we had a fellow named Yogi Berra that was the Hall of Famer. And they finally decided and knew a friend of mine, he helped me with baseball chapel, when we would have devotions on the road, and just a good friend, and my son Robbie was one of his sons, close friends. What a wonderful gentleman he was, and an MVP in mind, whoever he played for. Back-to-back most valuable player. He had 61 home runs. What medal because of it finished that year. But the New York Hall of Fame is an honor that I'm so glad that my
We got some good stuff coming up here.
The New York State Baseball Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
Richard Darrly.
Hey everybody, it's Kay Mercer here sending you congratulations from deep in the heart of Texas, wishing I were up there in Troy, New York with all of my friends, all of you who are being in organization it is. Left being there just a few years ago with some of my Mercer crew, and I looked over the list, and what an impressive class it is going in this year. So many of my old pals from the Yankees are showing up and being inducted, and I'm just cheering you guys from home. And a special shout to Ray for this wonderful honor. He's being inducted tonight. And I'm going to keep the hugs on hold till we see each other the next time. I'm hoping one day it would be down here. Come on down. The treat's on me if you show up down here. But big congratulations. Missing my girlfriends, Diane and Jill. From me and my Mercer crew. So proud of you all and wishing we were together. But you guys have fun. I know you will. Good night.
A little bit more positive to go on here. Tonight, he doesn't know any of this is happening. I haven't told him. Hard not to. Mark, give us a little tune. Everybody join in.
Yes, if you would join in with For He's a Jolly Good Fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow. Deny. He's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Diana, come on up here. We're going to talk a little about Ray.
This was the original plan. Ray threw me under the bus, brought me up. So I was all pulled together and I didn't fire anything and I got now. I think what you have seen tonight is the Yankee family is a true family. A lot of people tonight have talked about family, but I can't imagine any sports organization that is more family. Tonight at the New York State Fame Induction Dinner, because it was such an honor in 2019 when Claire was inducted, along with Bobby Mercer, a beautiful kid that was on our screen, and our Jill Martin. It was so wonderful having that experience, and all three of my children got to attend. Tonight, my son, Michael, and so I would like to introduce them. Table 14 is that's what it's all about. And they're my support. For me, this is a family event more so because Rain to Grow is part of our family. I love Rain to Grow. That I'm not going to throw. And Rain Grown has stood by our family and has done beautiful things behind the scenes that nobody knows about. Calling me regularly, doing little bits for me. He'll talk to someone and say, hey, were you with them Munson again? I want you to do a little tape for Diana Munson because it means so much to me. And he'll send it. He had me Puerto Rico on. Good about the Yankees and me staying in touch, those two in a row. And of course the New York Yankees because they still love and honor us. So I want to tell you a little bit about Ray, who so deserves this honor. He started his love affair with the Yankees as a junior in high school when George Steinbrenner taught him spray painting graffiti on the stadium walls. Well, instead of turning him into police, lifelong career with the New York. Ray and George built a special relationship until George's passing in 2010, at which time the New Yorker called Ray the Bronx ambassador. To this day, George's vision lives on through Ray as a community affairs advisor. He is immersed in making sure that veterans and rookies promote the Yankee tradition of stories about Thurman, and I'm a late hour and he's not going to share a lot of them. We're not sure what those might be. However, what I want to share with you is although Ray shared a close bond with many of the Yankee players, for some reason, Ray and Thurman's bond seemed to be a special one. Ray has described it as Thurman being like a big brother to him, and that being around Thurman as much as he was made him a stronger person. Ray for all he has achieved, not just in his work with the Yankees, but also as an American film producer, an actor, a best-selling author, a philanthropist, a humanitarian. His humanitarian events with children all around the country have resulted in his induction into the Ted Williams Hall of Fame. He's also a member of the International Latino Hall of Fame. Trust was so important to Thurman. Ray's love and support throughout Thurman's career and during these last 44 years has been our special gift. To this day, Ray receives messages of support and love about Thurman, and he often shares those because he knows it gives us a lift. Ray and Rome, it is my honor to present this well-deserved award to you in recognition of all the ambassador. You should have your accomplishments and the legacy that you behind. And we love you. Please come take a
at the funeral, when I went up to her, the first thing she said was, "You know Thurman loves you, right?" Chris, the whole crew, how was the backboard? I mean, that's what happens when you come to the dance. Curtis Granderson, those years that he was there, and he needed to go cook up in Harlem, and he led the pack. If it wasn't for Curtis, I couldn't get 5 players to go and cook meals for the people. And you remember that? And the real Yankees, the house that Ruth built. You know what the name of that stadium is now? Browns? Called Elton Howard Park. Okay? And people say, hey, my family, Teresa, my wife, who is married 3 times. The 3rd time works. Thank you. Was my father. When I was down about my house, 6 boys in my house. I'm the only one that didn't go to prison. 6 boys in my house. I'm the only one that's alive today. And a big reason for that was her husband, Billy Martin. Her husband have dinner with Frank Sinatra on several occasions. And Mr. Sinatra was proud from the standpoint of understanding that I too was somebody. I too helped because I didn't think that I could. And that's what the Yankees did for me. And let me just close by saying, George Steinbrenner, Mr. Ray Bartizan was really a wonderful partner of the Yankee organization. I love him. Listen, this man gave $250,000 to produce a wonderful he would have gotten to know Steinbrenner because he was the greatest, he was one. I am almost somebody. And thank you to everybody. Chris, I love you. Darrly, wherever you are, I love you. Scala, I love you. Lou, you're the man. Oh, if I'm up there, oh, Michael Munson. Michael, please stand up 1 second, please. And I'm here. Fenway Park. We just finished losing to the Red Sox. Berman came over to me, he said, did you drive up? And I said, yes, I did. He said, and you're going to drive to Teterboro. I said, let's go. We get in my car, me and another bat boy, and we're speeding because he wants to get to Teterboro Airport. That's what we want. And I'm grateful to him because, like I said before, I'm a better dad for today. I have 4 wonderful kids, a great wife. I finally learned how to be a husband. And I want to thank everybody here for a beautiful evening. Ready in the room. Network doesn't know what they have. Okay, she is. Okay, don't forget.
Class dismissed. Thank you so much.